who have those accounts pay for the account maintenance itself. We also have a health reimbursement arrangement. And this is a strategy we put in place several years ago as a way to save a lot of premiums with Blue Cross Blue Shield medical plan. We buy a high deductible plan and we self-insure a portion underneath that deductible. And that amount is that we self-insure is $4,100, the back $4,100 of the deductible, leaving employees with a net deductible of $2,800. So trying to keep our deductibles more affordable. The budget to administer that health reimbursement arrangement for the year is $1,955, and that is not changing. Another addition we recommend that you consider is adding a Section 125 flexible spending account. There are two facets to this available for employees. One is to reimburse medical expenses that are not covered by any of these plans with pre-tax dollars that they save themselves throughout the year in their paycheck. Another component of this would be dependent care. So to the extent you have employees who work here who have dependent care expenses, child care expenses, they could avoid tax on those dollars by accessing this kind of bank account. So that's a flexible spending account. We recommend to add that. We estimate the cost would be $2,300. That does depend on how many people choose to participate, but we've tried to be realistic in our estimate. So $2,300 to administer that for the year. Cobra Charmers administers COBRA coverage for all departing employees and those who have a qualifying event. The budget for that is unchanged at $1,728. And we also offer a telemedicine benefit. This gives all of your employees and their entire household access to zero cost primary care consults telephonically. They can use it here, obviously, when they're home, or they can also use it when they're traveling. So it's really nice to have this outside of our medical plan, but paired and complementing it with a zero copay, zero cost primary care consult available for the entire household. And then lastly, on your budget, you can see the zeros on the bottom line for an enrollment system that we've had in place here for the last few years called Employee Navigator. This helps keep your human resources department as efficient as possible as it relates to onboarding employees, especially new ones, and also handling and overseeing open enrollment season, where the employees go online to make their elections. And even through the year, if they have a change or a request, they go online to Employee Navigator. And then those requests are processed through HR in a more seamless and efficient way. There's no cost for this system because Brinson Benefits actually provides you with that at no cost. We see it as such an important part of your efficiency that we're co-investing in that with you. So as you can see here, the current year, the first column, the budget for all of these items has been $563,000. Then we're showing you in column 2 what the renewal offers were initially. And then in column 3, you see the conclusion of our negotiations that generated a bottom line savings of $34,960 for the year. In terms of a percent, that's 6% savings overall compared to last year. Then we are recommending that you consider adding short-term employer paid short-term disability, adding the Employee Benefits Center, adding long-term disability coverage on a voluntary basis, meaning there's no budget for you on that, just making it available, and then adding and covering the administrative cost of a flexible spending account, which would enable your employees to set aside pre-tax dollars for expenses they would already have. So our recommendation would be that you invest a part of the savings. And so your net savings for the year would be $18,646. Any questions for me? Thank you.
I've got
It was a
a
fun project.
I've got a question for you, specifically related to the short-term disability. You mentioned that we would be able to offer maternity leave through this. Is there the ability to offer paternity leave as well for new fathers?
Not under this. That could be something that the Human Resources Department considers as a part of their overall strategy for leave management. But in this particular case, you do have to have a medical event in order for the carrier to pay for that. But it's a great question and certainly would be up for consideration through your human resources policies. I'd be happy to help with that language if you wanted to consider
I
it.
would very much like to consider that language as well.
Okay.
As a father and a relatively new father, I can appreciate how important that is for new fathers. So,
Absolutely.
if we're going to take care of the mothers, we need to take care of the fathers as well.
Okay, excellent. We'll get you some things to look at for that. Any other questions?
Not-
Any more questions?
Not a question, but one of the areas that maybe I just missed it was the employee assistance program that's on here.
That is correct. I'm sorry, I skipped that line. We did get a little bit of price relief on the employee assistance program, and I'll mention what that is. It's a completely confidential resource for employees and family members to contact. You can access all kinds of support, not only through the program, but through the community, including counseling support, including legal support. In many cases, they can actually help your family draft a will for a very low or no cost. So you can access support in, say, raising teenagers or children and challenging things such as that. And so it's just a great program to give and support your employees, particularly I feel like your first responders. It's an important benefit to have access to.
Just a couple of questions myself over here. The employee assistance program, does that cover mental health?
It does.
Okay. And I do see that Blue Cross Blue Shield is the one that we're going to be going with. Were any other networks contacted, like Humana, Aetna, United Healthcare?
Yes, all of them and many more. Absolutely.
And were their prices extravagantly more, or were they not willing to negotiate?
They were not as favorable as Blue Cross was this year. But we did request, we requested from 9 different carriers. Yeah,
Okay.
just for medical. And none of them were as competitive as Blue Cross finished.
Okay. I think you have done an excellent job with this, a remarkable savings over last year and in today's health economy. It's nice to see that there was a savings. So
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
I've got one more question. Through Blue Cross, do we have the ability to offer accident insurance or hospital insurance in the event that somebody is in an accident or has to go to the hospital? It can offset lost wages and things of that nature.
That's a great question. Usually those are not available through Blue Cross Blue Shield, but we do have the availability to bring that to the table for your consideration through supplemental carriers. I would, with the way we structure your medical plan, particularly the health savings account qualified plan, the HRA lowers your deductible so far that your people would not be qualified to buy the hospital indemnity insurance, or they would violate the rules for health savings accounts. So I wouldn't recommend that we offer that one because you're at the lowest deductible level, but an accident plan could be a nice addition, and I'd be happy to bring that for your consideration.
I've found in the past that the accident plan can be very helpful.
Especially for families and kids in sports. I can
Yes.
agree more.
So Don, let me interject here real quick. We do offer that. We pay for accidental death and dismemberment. We pay for 2 times life insurance, 2 times annual salary for life insurance currently. Then the employee has the option to purchase additional life insurance, or we have a cancer plan, we have a hospital plan, we have those other supplemental insurances that are at the employee's cost.
Perfect.
And that is through a different carrier. It's Colonial
Very-
currently.
Very good, thank you.
Sorry.
No, that's great.
And I know this is going to be kind of a sensitive topic, so I do apologize to this board and to the audience watching. But I have to ask the question, as I am LGBTQIA+, we don't know what's going on in everyone's family. So does this cover any kind of support for anybody who is going through that change?
So there would be, to the extent there was counseling desired, then this plan, your medical plan in particular, will pay as any other medical condition for counseling support. When it comes to the procedure,
Mhm.
then that would, in most cases, not be a covered expense.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any other questions?
Thank you for being so thorough.
Thank you.
I have one question. I want to, and it more direct to the city manager. I've got some questions from the council as to, is the council covered on this program or not?
No,
I know it's not.
nobody on the council is covered by this program, only employees.
No council coverage. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Don. We appreciate you coming out tonight. And I know you have another engagement, and so I know you're going to have to leave, but thank you so much for your time and for your services to the city. I tell you, Brinson Benefits has done a wonderful, heroic job for us by negotiating the cost decreases. And I was able to participate in that exercise, and I will tell you, Brinson Benefits has done a great job for us. Thank you, Don, and for your company. I appreciate it. As a summary, back on page 5, there was a summary of what Don presented to you. And if you need additional information, just contact me. So with that, I will turn it over to our police chief, Mike Holging.
Well, good evening. Nothing like being the first director to present. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the ability to come in and discuss just a few of our budget issues and hopefully give you a brief overview of what we're doing in the police department. And again, just let me know whatever you'd like me to elaborate on. I'd like to start with just a very basic overview of the department. We are a total strength staff of 25. Our sworn personnel, which are police officers, are 22. Our staff positions, of course, include supervisors, patrol officers. The supervisors include myself, the captain, 4 sergeants, 1 corporal, and 2 officers that kind of help us in an acting capacity as needed. We do have 6 patrol officers, dedicated patrol officers, 2 detectives, 2 officers that are assigned to the DEA, task force. One's DEA and one's the auto theft task force, partnerships with on the federal and local county level. We also have 2 school resource officers, an animal control officer, and 2 support personnel. With that said, we are now we're moving into a new phase of policing in the Cannondale Police Department, and really excited. I put some posts out there on Facebook, on social media to kind of help kickstart and jumpstart this. We're moving into a community-oriented and geographic policing model. And if you're not familiar with that, I could spend a whole 8-hour block of instruction talking about that. I'm not going to do that today, of course. We have a lot of presentations, but at some point I would like to come back and give council a full brief and project update as to how we've implemented that and what the goals are in more detail. I'm just going to touch on some of these things briefly today, but I think it's a really exciting time for the police department. In summary, really, it's putting the police officers back out in the community, which was always the truest intent of policing. If you know anything about the history of policing, back in the 1800s, the father of modern policing, Sir Robert Peel, initiated several steps in what's called the London Metropolitan Police Act. And one of the biggest emphasis areas that he had was put police officers in a partnership role with their communities that they policed. Before that, police were pretty much paramilitary or military in nature. And so the community aspect is coming full circle, and it's really been implemented here in the United States since the mid-90s. So it's nothing really new to policing. It is new to us. We're also adding what's called a geographic accountability system to it as well. And when I get a chance to present this in more detail, what you'll see and what you'll find is we have sergeants and officers that are assigned to certain parts of the city. And as a result, they become more accountable for not just responding to and dealing with criminal and crime issues, but also quality of life issues. And as I explained to my fellow directors, we become the police department helps become the pivot point to get services throughout the city to our citizens in a more responsive manner, other than the traditional siloed effect where we have, oh, that's not my department. Let me give you the number, or let me give you the email address to contact this, this department, this person. Instead, we'll be that contact person. We'll work with Public Works. We'll talk to the library director, senior citizen issues, whatever, because we're out there 24/7, 365 days a year. So we see what's happening in the community. We see what's going on in the community on a more regular and consistent basis. So we become that pivot point, and that's what geographic policing is about. Is we have people that are assigned to these areas, and because they're assigned to these areas, they're also accountable more so to those neighborhoods and those communities and those people that live and reside within those areas. It also gets us back into that role that unfortunately, as policing has progressed historically in the United States, we've become under the impression that we always know what's best for the community. That isn't always the case with community and geographic policing. That really puts a lot of the emphasis on finding out what the community itself really feels is the most important policing aspect that we should be partaking in. So again, it's exciting. It's a lot of fun. I've done this before at other agencies that I've worked in. This is a great concept. It works. I've seen it work. I've helped implement it. And again, it's going to be something that I think our citizens are truly going to be excited about once we get it fully implemented. Let's move on to the next one. So in order to kind of start moving in that direction, we're moving into also looking at some of our performance metrics. There are performance metrics in law enforcement. I know this might be a concept that's a little bit different, a little bit out of the ordinary, but police departments across the country use performance metrics to identify any past trends, future trends, current situations, and it helps us in a number of different ways. First and foremost, it helps us identify, are we able to provide the level of service that's required and or requested by the citizens of our community. So it's important for us to understand how busy we are. So one of the basic performance metrics that we use is our calls for service. You'll see an increase of 9%. And if you look at these numbers, what we're looking at is 2021 versus 2022, the months from January 1st to July 31st. So we're comparing last year to this year, from January to July. And as expected, because we are growing, we are getting bigger. We do have more development. We do have more traffic. We're getting larger, and so you're going to start seeing more calls for service. That's very normal. If we had a decrease in calls for service, I would be a little bit concerned, because there'd be a number of different mitigating factors if we had a decrease in calls for service. One is they're not calling us when they actually need help. If they're calling us when they actually need help, our calls are going to increase. If we don't have a good, strong relationship with our community and they don't want to call us because maybe they feel that they can't trust us, or we're not the police department that fully serves their needs, then you're going to see that decrease in calls for service typically. But with an increase in population, you're always going to have the correlating increase in calls for service. That's just very normal. The next thing is, of course, is your average committed time per call. As your population increases, the number of calls for service increase. Of course, the amount of time that an officer has to spend working a call does increase. Now, this is an average. It's an average, again, of that 7-month period. Some calls last longer than others. Other calls are very short. So to give an example, your average traffic stop can last anywhere from 3 minutes to 10 minutes, depending on what's happening. A burglar alarm can last 5 minutes to 10 minutes. So you're looking at average call times. So what this translates into for us is it tells us how much time is being spent on average by an officer working calls for service throughout the city. Again, it correlates with an increase in calls for service. We are going to see an increase. We are seeing an increase right now in our average committed time. Another kind of sideline note to this is when you take the number of officers and the average committed time, we're looking at about 5 hours per day that are taken out of a 24-hour cycle in answering calls, where an officer is dedicated to answering calls for service, doing some kind of activity related to that call. So another big component in a performance metric is traffic enforcement. Now, I always pointed out that it doesn't mean that we're wanting people to go out there and write citations and write everybody a ticket. That's not the idea of traffic. Traffic enforcement and what traffic enforcement is supposed to help incorporate is visibility, deterrence, showing people that we're out and about in the community, that your police officers are patrolling. So traffic enforcement isn't necessarily a correlation to citations. There's not an expectation for any Cannondale police officer to go out there and write a citation for everybody they stop. And as you see in the next bullet point there, although traffic violations are actually up, they do not mirror the amount of stops that we actually have conducted. So a lot of traffic stops are conducted because of traffic offenses that warnings are able to be given, but it gives us the opportunity to be out in the field, to be visible. And people see police cars in the neighborhood, and let's say you're out there and you're performing some nefarious type of action. You see a police car around with flashing lights, stopping cars, you're probably going to go to a different neighborhood. You're hopefully going to go to a different city. So traffic enforcement is one of those performance metrics that's used traditionally by police administration throughout the country to show how proactive we are just on a very basic police function, which is traffic enforcement. As I already mentioned, our traffic violations, we are stopping more cars. So therefore there should be a positive correlation with the number of violations that are written. Again, there's no goal to have a certain number. It's against the law to have quotas. So we don't have, citation quotas in the state of Texas. So, if the officer decides to use their judgment to write a citation or not, that's completely the discretion of the police officer. But of course, they're going to stop more cars. So the relationship's going to correlate that there will be more citations issued. So you'll see an increase we're seeing an increase in our traffic violations, a pretty substantial increase from the year before, because we have a pretty substantial increase in self-initiated traffic enforcement. And then last but not least, for this performance metric slide, we do have business checks. Now, business checks incorporates not just going into businesses and checking on businesses when they're open, but most importantly, when they're closed. So at night, when businesses are closed and, the officers are out and about, they're expected to go out into the neighborhoods or into the community and check on businesses that are closed. And that includes actually walking businesses, walking perimeters, checking doors, making sure that nothing's unlocked or open. If we find an open door, we'll try to contact that business owner. So again, it's more proactive policing. It's the way policing is supposed to be. We're not just supposed to sit around and wait for a call to come out. We're actually, between calls, we're still available for calls for service, but between those calls, we're supposed to also be doing these type of proactive activities as well. So I'm really proud of our business checks. That went up 146% in a year-to-year comparison. So I hope you have an easier to read slide, or I know you have the budget numbers. So I did put this up here simply because, yes, we do have the proposed budget, and we are asking for a slight increase in our proposed budget for the next fiscal year. However, there's some things in there that under special considerations that I'll discuss in some greater detail. It also does include, this proposed budget also includes a $35,000 grant. And then again, some other items that I'll discuss here here, next slide. So here they are, special considerations. So it goes without saying, we have to have a camera system that is fully functional, that records audio and video. It's a state mandate. We don't have a choice. And it's important. I think I've always been a proponent of cameras. I used to be back along many years ago, and a lot more hair ago. I was the traffic sergeant for the city of Arlington, and I used to get just a high number of traffic complaints on my officers, the guys that are patrolling the highways and stuff. I was in charge of those guys, and we didn't have camera systems. And when we got the camera systems, it's amazing not only the number of complaints that dropped against the officers, but how many times the officer actually had done absolutely nothing wrong, or provided some excellent customer service. So, I've always been a big proponent of cameras. The camera systems are important, not only because it's a legal mandate, but just because it shows how we do our job. And it gives us an opportunity as supervisors to go back and review anytime we have any potential issues. Obviously, they also help us with evidence collection. The camera systems we currently have, for instance, we're being recorded. People make res gesti statements, basically statements, admitting to guilt for crimes. And when we capture that on video, it's now part of the case. When we don't have that type of information, then obviously it's harder for us to prove our case in some instances. So again, they play a very integral part, and I think it's a great accountability tool. I'm a huge proponent, always have been, of camera systems, even way before the state mandated them in every police or in all field operations for police work. So that being said, when we bought the system 12 years ago, it was state of the art. It was a great system. Key phrase, 12 years ago. So it's, after 12, it's like any other computer system, any other system that you have. After 12 years, there's only so much you can do to upgrade it, to maintain it, to keep it running. So right now we're losing video. We're losing audio. We have situations where we're having difficulties downloading the information that the officers upload from the system to the desktops when we're in the process of trying to download evidence for cases or any type of complaints that we might be receiving. This is critical information that we have to have. And it's also an expectation by our courts. Our courts expect us to have working audio and video systems. So again, when we have a system it's no longer upgradable. The system, they still support it. WatchGuard, that's been bought out by Motorola, still supports it, but it can't be upgraded anymore. You can't, the new generations of cameras that come out don't work with it anymore. It's no longer compatible. And the system software upgrades are also no longer compatible. So they're supporting an antiquated system for us basically until it just gives up. And then we will not have a camera system anymore. We won't have an audio system anymore. We're so concerned about this right now that we've actually pulled out some old recording mics, and every now and then you'll see an officer that has their body camera with a DVR recording device that's attached to their belt, but they're also carrying now a mic on their lapel, just in case we lose the audio and video from the system that we typically, or the primary system. We use that as a backup, just because we're trying to remain compliant, and we want to make sure that we're capturing all data and information that we have if the system goes out. And it does happen. It does happen on calls. Officers' cameras will go out completely, which is a big detriment to us. So the cables break. You've seen the officers. They do have the camera system the cameras that have a cord that attaches to that piece that goes to the belt. Again, when it was first purchased, it was state of the art. The new systems don't have those additional cords because they do break, and they do cost money to replace those. In our current system right now, also, we've had to recently replace 5 of the DVR, the recording devices, at a cost over $2,200. So without a new system, we'll keep moving forward with this system. We'll keep using it. Obviously, we have to, but it's the cost to continue to repair and replace antiquated equipment is going to get even more difficult because they're not simply going to make it anymore. It goes along with everything else. Eventually, at some point, you can't find it, and it becomes more expensive when you do. So the new proposed system is state of the art, and it does, there is a significant price tag associated to it, but there is a 5-year unlimited warranty that goes along with it. Additionally, Motorola has in the proposal, after 3 years, they'll come in and they'll replace all the body worn cameras to a new version of camera. So again, they're going to pay, or they're going to include an upgrade, automatic 3-year upgrade to the camera system. So that way we have, you know, the latest and greatest and the best software available. The next special consideration is moving to a new weapons platform. And this is, again, becoming more of a necessity to a certain extent. Now, you know, what we have now works. I'm not going to tell you that, you know, we'll make do with what we have. But the cost of the ammunition is expensive. 40 cals. If you haven't know any history about this, so departments moved to a 40 caliber from a 9mm many years ago. It probably I think the catalyst was the Hollywood bank robbery many years ago, where officers were outgunned. So the most departments moved from a 9mm to a heavier round 40 cal, and for a number of different reasons. Well, now we're back full circle, and most departments are moving back to the 9mm for a number of different reasons. They're easier to operate, but they're also cheaper, and the ammunition's cheaper. So generally speaking, 1,000 rounds of the 40 cal ammunition costs us $450. 1,000 rounds of the 9mm stuff right now is going for about $390. So when we were looking at buying, you know, 2,000 or 3,000 rounds for training plus your duty ammunition, you can see where the costs start to really, you know, increase with the 40 cal versus a 9mm. Plus, the 40 cal is becoming harder and harder to find. And as a result, I can tell you right now, we're still out 7 months, 8 months for an order that was placed for 40 cal for us for training purposes. So we still don't have a 40 cal ammunition order from 7 months ago. And I think we ordered, what, 3,000 rounds, something like that. So we're having to dig into our reserves and use up some stuff that we've had that we just kept for emergencies, for training purposes, because we also are mandated to have a number of training hours and qualifications. So there's issues with that. And again, the service life of the new, the 9mm is better than the 40 cal. 40 cals are heavier. They fire a larger round. So of course there's more wear and tear on the weapon itself. And then this price that we got includes a new targeting system, which is more efficient in how, if heaven forbid, when we have to use lethal force, and it's not something that we want to do ever, obviously, but when we do, we want to make sure that the round is placed where we need it to go. And again, I've been in this business for a long time. I've worked many officer-involved shootings, either as a supervisor or helping on an investigation, and you know, trying to find that errant round is difficult. So anything that we can do to help an officer make sure that they're, you know, placing the round where it needs to go, especially in an urban environment where you have lots of houses and you have lots of people and cars, it's really important. So this new weapons platform with this new sight system will help us with that. So again, more conducive for us to be safer when and if we ever have to use lethal force in that manner. It also includes the holsters. So again, it's the whole package for the cost that's been quoted to us up there. And then last but not least, we're looking at adding an additional officer. There's a number of different reasons. Right now, our population ratio for the city of Cannondale is at about 2.4 per 1,000, which is what the FBI, a 2016 report from the FBI, they recommended, you know, roughly 2 officers or 2.5 officers per 1,000. So we're pretty much on track. But you know, with the addition of our additional communities that are coming online, apartment communities, housing developments, you know, we're easily going to be over 10,000 in population. So an additional officer will help to continue to, of course, provide the typical police services that we're used to, help us on patrol, but more importantly, help us really with the initiatives that we're putting forward to build those community partnerships, to build those, strengthen the organizational partnerships that we have, and also assist us with additional school patrols. Right now, we have 2 SROs assigned to the school district. An additional patrol officer can help us with at least the ancillary patrols through parking lots and visibility. If we have that assigned to, or that officer assigned to a day shift position, for instance. So there's quite a few advantages, of course, of having that additional officer. So therefore, it's been proposed as another consideration for this budget. And then the last thing on the last 2 bullet points on the slide, we do have some additional funding sources. As I mentioned previously, the DEA task force, we do get seizure funds from that. I think right now we're roughly looking at about 10,000. We have about $10,000 to collect from DEA from asset forfeitures with our partnership, our officer that works, task force officer that's assigned to DEA task force. And then we also have what's called the LEOS fund for training. So they provide monies to help us train our officers and send them to courses. So, you know, we do have some offset. And another offset to consider too overall is, you know, we're going to sell, if we're approved to purchase this new weapons platform, then we'll obviously be able to sell the current weapons that we have along with the ammunition whenever we get it. And we'll recoup some of our cost on the back end with that. That's all I have.
Does anyone have any questions?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you for the great presentation. I'd like to go back a few pages to your performance metrics. So we're seeing an uptick in calls per service comparison at 9%. And I see that we have the average committed time per call, but I was wondering if we knew what our response times were per call on average.
On average, we're at 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yes, sir.
And is that up, down from 21?
No, it's actually pretty stable, pretty standard. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. The other question I had for you as relates to the body cameras is, as these are, as with all technology, 3 months after it's been purchased, it's almost obsolete. Is there the opportunity to lease these systems?
Not presently. The only other option that we had was to, I guess, make payments, finance it, so to speak. But no, sir, there's not a lease option out there for cameras at this point.
And then with regards to the new pistol platform, what Gen Glock are you guys looking at? Gen 3, 4, or 5?
The Gen 3, I believe. I'm sorry, 5. Thank you.
And then as far as the optic, just out of curiosity, what you're looking at procuring for these pistols? Is it for the optic, Leupold, Delta Point, SIG, red dot? What kind of red dot?
It's a Trigicon.
RMR?
Yes, sir.
That's it. That's all I had. Thank you.
Is there any other questions?
I don't have a question, but thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you for you and what all your first responders do for our community. I have seen them out and about with our schools and the training, and I am looking forward to hear more about the geographic accountability, the community oriented. That sounds wonderful. And I just had a comment about the traffic violations. And the citizens are actually wanting that. I hear it a lot from our, especially like the moms group during school and how fast that people drive on our streets. I probably hear that more than anything is they want slow down signs. They want some way of, you know, keeping the speed down. I hear that in my neighborhood, which is by the fire department and schools, and also in Pennsylvania. I hear it all the time from people that live on Pennsylvania, that people just fly through there. So where at some point the citizens didn't want that, now they want that. So that's come, you know, now they want people to slow down because they're just flying. It's crazy. There was actually a Facebook post today about someone that, you know, flew through a neighborhood and bottomed out. But anyway, so thank you for that. And then thank you also for the business checks. I think that's also, it shows for businesses that are looking to come into Cannondale, I think it shows well for us. So thank you for that.
I think my question probably would be to the city manager and maybe even Ann. Grants, federal grants, or any grants available for any of this kind of stuff?
Yes, there's actually $1 million in grant revenue built into the proposal. And part of that is for police.
Okay. And like this new officer, would that money that we got from the government and more to come, would it cover us this salary or no?
No, this would come from your general.
Okay. All right.
There
thank you.
are funds, there are grants that are associated with bringing new officers on. And we're anticipating for next year to have even more funds from the federal government. There is funds for it. It is extremely competitive. When we started the school resource officer program, that's where those positions came from. We have applied in the past for them. We have not been as granted those positions. Generally, since they're so competitive, generally they're associated with family violence issues, juvenile law, things of that nature. So they'll pinpoint certain items that has been a national problem, and they'll emphasize those funds for those positions. Most of them at the current time, last 5 years, we really hadn't had that call load to be able to justify having a personnel associated strictly for that. I anticipate that'll probably be the issue again as we move forward. These grants start to open up in November and December timeframe. So it's kind of hard for us to budget for something to that nature. But generally, the grants that we get is generally equipment generated. For instance, even for the body worn cameras, we received one about 5 years ago. The problem of it is now the funds they are offering does not cover that amount. So it's hard for the chief to go in and only say we need 70,000 and the rest of it is grant money. They generally are not going to allow that. But there's not a grant that costs, they'll give us enough funds to go purchase that. And that's the reason why he's offering or asking for additional funds to do that.
Okay, no more questions. Thank you so much.
And I have a few myself. Under the community initiatives where it says community and geographic policing model, I actually like that. However, if you go down to your third bullet point, it says Chamber of Commerce, Rotary, and faith-based organizations. What about individual businesses? I mean, are you including them?
No, we
Or-
can't. And this is just again, our starting point.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely, and you'll see this in other cities. You'll have business crime watch, for instance. I used to be a crime prevention officer again, with the city of Arlington, and then that's what we did. We solicited businesses, we actually got groups, communities of businesses together, and we would have meetings just for them. So again, these are just kind of starting points. Being part of Rotary also gets us into that as well, being more of an accepted regular member at these meetings, and then they get to ask us questions. We get that FaceTime that we need with them. It's been very productive so far, but it's just a start.
Yeah, excellent. I would like to include individual business leaders in there as well, just so that they can, have a say so in what they would like to see. We're going back up the list here, school resource officers. I've said this time and time again since Uvalde, I want one in every school. And we currently only have 2. We have 5 schools, if I'm not mistaken, in the city limits. Have we not been able to strike a deal with the school to get an offset on that or no?
No, sir, not yet.
Have they even reached out to speak about it?
We've talked to them. We've met with the superintendent, and I know that the city manager also followed up with them. I think at this point in time that we don't have that commitment from them yet.
Okay. Be nice to get it. And a couple more questions here, and then I'll leave you alone, I promise. You say that your body cameras are 12 years old, correct?
Yes, sir.
I've got roads out here that are 20 years old that haven't been repaved yet. That cost a little bit more than $170,000, but I've got roads out here that are 20 years old. I understand the technology is old and outdated. I've got potholes that I could stick my entire foot in. So these cameras and the vehicle replacements, I would actually rather save that money and put it towards something that we can actually, drive on. The handguns, how much do you think that you can get back from the 40 cals
Right now, we're estimating about $200
per gun?
yes, sir,
And how many guns do you have on those?
27.
27 guns times 200? I mean, not a lot of money, but it is something to offset the cost. Or is that cost already built in here?
No, it's not built in.
Okay. Um, I think I'd be okay with the guns, even though I hate them. I hate them with all my heart. I just hate them. But as far as these body cameras go, like I said, I've got streets that are out here that are 20 years old and haven't been repaved. They haven't been fixed. I've got citizens yelling at me about those. I understand that the body cameras and the vehicle cameras are necessary. It's a necessary evil, unfortunately. However, in this time, I would not be in favor of them. Thank you.
Is there any other comments? Okay, thank you, Chief. Appreciate the presentation.
Yes.
Yes,
Please.
we'll make that,
Thinking of.
Yes. Thank you.
make that about a 10-minute break.
You can roll this, roll it, or you can arrow down it. So up and down.
You still can't?
You gotta talk into it, not around it.
Mm-mm-mm. It is what it is.
I was up at, when I found out about them, I was up at Justin one time shopping. See the patrol cars? They had a hand cord. Didn't know the deal. And I was like, "That's your camera?" He's like, "It's got a heart." He was like, "Yeah, we were." I was like, "All these boots y'all see? What the heck?"
Yeah, exactly.
You don't start telling your patrol. It took them twice.
Glad to see you're independent. Then they show up with 3 tractors and I'm like, the Bodie tractor.
What about that camera? I like it about that.
There's gotta be a tracking platform out there. I'm for it. For me, it's very important.
Have you ever seen that on like Facebook or YouTube or somewhere? Called the First Amendment guys. You ever seen them? They'll go set up somewhere on a public sidewalk and try to entrap the cops. Just see what they see. Yeah. So that's what something like that. I mean, seriously.
Or just like the,
Absolutely. There's no doubt in my mind.
that is not a good full-time grandpa. That's what I look at.
Yeah, one lawsuit costs more than that just from the term.
Oh, no, this one cost us more. But, you know, we're at 1181 for Block Gen 5 with a holster. They're talking about the multiple. That's an obsolete, archaic copy. So, oh, you were there on the private market. But it's still antiquated technology.
Ammunition. That's the way cities do that. If you get that, then you're just going. Body camera. Ford, I just don't like you.
70% of the
Yeah.
They're not a similar setup for accounts. There are, Walmart. Set it, strip it, reuse it.
Yeah, it sounds like they need to do a little more investigation. Like you say, for it, I'm for it, you know, but let's try to get the best deal we can, you know. Let's don't just throw it out there. I agree.
The other thing.
I'm good.
I didn't think we did. Just talking to Austin. Seen it on Facebook. Police officers, all kinds of trouble. Our officers, they train in that. You understand that? All they're doing is.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're trained. It actually happened to us probably about 5, 6 years ago. So if you're on YouTube or anything like that, you'll probably run across a couple of our officers. One of them's Tara Colbert. So if you get on there and Google her, you'll see that. So, but yes.
Yeah, I watched some of those things.
Yeah, no, we're trained in it. We're good to go.
Looking at, we're talking about.
Generally, we have a couple of
Well, but 22 guns.
Who's gonna get all over it? I don't know.
and then also that's the other part.
Absolutely.
No,
It's a,
yeah, no doubt.
I'm a big fan.
Red dot. There's a lot of. What you doing?
One of the things right here, when you
The only thing is when they leave. There's always a.
There is, there absolutely is. I didn't think about it that way.
Everything here. There's 3 holes.
You freezing?
That's what
I don't, I usually,
I.
I'm good, thank you. It's okay. Exactly. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Cold is good. I'll take it.
All right. Good evening, council, mayor, staff. Tonight I want to talk to you about the fire department, the mission, our vision, our core values of what we are and how we are. We'll also discuss some performance measures, a few of our highlights for the year, our goals for the future, and some new projects that I would like for you all to consider. Fire department's mission of our fire department is the protection of the life and property of the citizens of Cannondale through public education, fire prevention, code enforcement, and the response of highly trained professional emergency response personnel. We back that up with our vision. We want to be a progressive, innovative, and dynamic organization committed to excellence in the delivery of all the services that we provide. Our core values are real important to me. And the way they're defined, professionalism is one of the top core values that we're committed to. We're committed to providing an exceptional level of service to our community by maintaining the highest level of operational readiness, respect. We're a fire department family, very family oriented. We respect those that came before us, and we'll strive to make the organization better for those that will follow us. Integrity. We have the courage to do the right thing always. But that's probably my favorite. Do the right thing. Dedication. Serve our community and department to the best of our abilities. Excellence. We strive to deliver the highest quality of service to our community to help promote our mission. This all ties into acronym PRIDE. We take pride in what we do. You're probably going to see pride splashed over everything that we have into the future, because this is, there again, it's very important for what I want us to be and go forward to achieve. Performance measures. Chief talked about performance measures, and I just want to give you a little definition of what that is. Performance measurement is generally defined as regular measurement of outcome and results, which generates reliable data on the effectiveness and efficiency of a program. This data helps us plan for the future growth and needs. So the first thing that we're looking at is our total call volume for the year. And what this is the number of calls that the fire department responds to annually. I've got a 4-year, as you'll see as I go through here, I've kind of got a past and what the future is and some projections associated with it. So in 2019, our call volume, we're running about 1,206 calls a year. Oddly enough, throughout the fire service, as I meet monthly with the Tarrant County Fire Chiefs group, and what we saw at the advent of COVID was an actual reduction in the call volume across the Metroplex area and across the state and the nation, from what I could tell with some of the literature that I read. 2021, we saw quite a significant increase in our call volume. We went up right at 40% last year in the amount of calls that we ran. And, you know, I looked at it, I go, well, was this a fluke for us? No, it's substantiated. And this year, I expect that we'll run a few more calls than what we did last year. Right now, my projection's at about 1,600. I would not be surprised if we're not closer to 1,700, but I'm trying to be a little conservative in what that projection looks like for us. And our calls, I talked about call volume. Our calls are broke down into 7 different categories. The categories are fires, overpressure, rupture, explosions, rescue and EMS, hazardous conditions, service calls, good intent calls, and false calls. So an example of example of all these fire calls are structure fires, brush and grass fires, vehicle fires, overpressure, explosion, overheating is like AC units, electrical issues that we have with equipment that overheats. Rescue and EMS, MBAs, sick and injured, which is a big portion of what we do. Hazardous condition calls, down power lines, gas leaks, hazardous materials, spills and cleanups associated with that. Service calls are lift assists, animals stuck in trees, whatever that may be. And yeah, we do run on cats in trees. I've even chased a bird across the city trying to help somebody collect that bird. Good intent calls are reported incidents of fires, but turn to be unfounded. And then false calls. So we're going to see quite an increase in the amount of false calls that we will have in the future. More recently, as we've had new businesses come in and some that we were able to upgrade into the latest fire codes, we've met the requirements to start putting more fire alarm systems in the businesses. Unfortunately, when you do that, it increases those false calls. You may have a device that doesn't work correctly and may set off, but it alerts us to anything that's going on and would help our responses a whole lot better for the future, that's for sure. So we break down these 7 categories into 2 parts, basically. We call them fire operations calls and emergency medical services operations. So those are the 2 areas how we break those down. And as you can see over the years, 19, 20, 21, and even into 22, it's pretty repetitive from the standpoint. About 65% of what we do is emergency medical services calls, traffic accidents, something like that. That other 35-ish% is related to all the other parts of the fire calls themselves. Mutual aid. We run mutual aid with a lot of our neighbors. Mutual aid is an agreement amongst emergency response personnel that lend assistance across jurisdictional borders. And as the years have progressed, we have delivered and received a growing amount of mutual aid calls. So as you can see in our matrix right here, our projection for this year is an increase of calls given from our neighbors, about 165 calls a year. And based off of our projections, we'll be receiving about 192 calls this year is what we're projecting. So these numbers tell us 2 things. The first is that we give about as much mutual aid as we receive. So we're helping our neighbors and they're helping us as well. But the second number, it gives me the idea or gives me the information, the data that I need on simultaneous calls. So what is a simultaneous call? If my guys are out on a medical incident and there's a fire in town, those are simultaneous calls. And what we've been seeing on this projection, it's just how many times are we out of service when we're already on a call. So it helps me project what our future is going to look like or what our future needs are going to be. Okay. Last year, we delivered training to all of our personnel. We delivered a total of 4,320 hours of fire training. We delivered 936 hours of emergency medical services training. These are all CEs that are mandated for a big part. As I said earlier, we train on the fire side more often than we do on the EMS side because it is 35% of what we do. EMS calls is 65% of what we do. We practice emergency medical services more than we do on the fire side. So we train for what those needs are. Last year, we also inspected and flowed 518 hydrants throughout the city. Building inspections, we conducted 158 building inspections this last year. And if we're able to add a fire marshal this year, these numbers will increase significantly. Some of our highlights for this year. One thing, I made an offer to a young man today. We're back up to full staff again. Always a highlight for me. Next week, we're going to do the final inspection on our new fire engine. I hope that we will have that in our position by mid-October, up and ready to go. Our new ambulance, I hope to have it by the end of the month and have it in full service by mid-September. Fingers crossed. It's been a bit of a pain with recalls and everything associated with it. We've had quite a delay on this particular piece of equipment this year. Some of the other stuff, we received a grant to fund our next replacement ambulance, a grant in the amount of $580,000. And some of the other highlights that we had, we were able to offer CPR and AED training to all of our city staff that wanted to be a part of that training this year. Some of our short-term goals, you'll see me repeatedly say recruitment and retention. We want to recruit good people, and we want to keep them working for us. We have continued very successfully this year and want to continue going forward with implementing our capital replacement plan. Short term, we want to look at our facilities replacement. That includes station administration, offices, and our training center. We'll continue to update all of our standard operation procedures and policies. We want to enhance our public education, beginning with CPR training to all the public. And as we go short-term and long-term, you'll see this as well. We continuously evaluate what our needs for staffing for the future are. We'll be developing a fire prevention program that ensures all businesses are compliant with current codes and also provides enforcement for our citizens' safety. And short-term, we're going to be looking at delivering safety tips to our community on the EMS side. Long-term, there it is, recruitment and retention. We want good people and we want to keep them. Long-term, we want to increase our ambulance revenues and what that looks like. We continuously work with state agencies to get reimbursements on Medicare, Medicaid. There's avenues that have narrowed over the last couple of years, but we continue to work very vigorously on that. We continuously evaluate the data to determine there again what the future needs are for the growth of the city. We'll continue with the capital replacement plan as we have in the past, so we'll have good equipment to work with. Long term, we need to create a fire marshal's division. I don't have a fire marshal yet, but as we grow, a fire marshal's division is what we'll need to create to address all the safety concerns throughout the city, provide strong support to the operations personnel, and provide pre-fire plans of all of our businesses in the city. New project requests. I saw a picture on the news the other night of Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana. 3 states are on fire. And one of the things that we're looking forward to, I supplied a picture there if you can see it. You may not be able to see it in your deal. It was at the Box Springs fire that came out just July this last month. 20 houses were damaged. 11 of them were totally destroyed. This came from a brush fire, somebody mowing the adjacent 10 acres. So what we're looking for this year and what we're asking for new projects, first of all, we're asking for a fire marshal, arson investigator. Fire marshal's position is a valuable asset for the future growth of our city. Job responsibilities include enforcing the provisions of the Fire Prevention Code and laws and regulations of Cannondale pertaining to fire prevention and fire protection. Inspection of all buildings in accordance with the provisions of the Fire Prevention Code. He'll also review all of our building plans, our sprinkler plans, to ensure that they meet the current codes. They'll investigate origin and cause of fire, and be able to prosecute if we have any arson cases associated with that. With the expected growth of the city, we're needing a fire marshal in place with the mission to vigorously enforce these fire prevention codes. Disseminate, there's the word, all our fire safety information and educate the citizens on what that looks like for us. Collect all fire data. You know, we talked about our measures and data and how important it is to predict what the future looks like. We'll be doing all of our inspections on all of our buildings. You know, having a fire marshal that is solely dedicated to fire prevention and fire education will aid us in proper development of the city for the future. Second item that I have on here is a replacement of our brush truck. Yeah, you got that picture in front of you. What started this fire? It was a brush fire. Our current brush truck is a 2004. It's in need of being replaced as a frontline piece of equipment. The service life of a brush truck is approximately 15 years. Depending on the amount of use and the current serviceability of the unit. Our current unit was due to be replaced in 2019. And each year I've evaluated it from a standpoint of, is it mechanically sound and where are we at? And it is getting to the point that it is not going to meet our needs. You know, as I say, as you've been seeing, Texas is on fire right now. It is a mess out there. I was hoping for 4 or 5 inches of rain today. Unfortunately, we didn't get that. That may help us down the road. With several of the issues that we've been seeing all across Texas, I'm recommending that we replace our brush truck as soon as possible. There again, future considerations. Continue making adjustments to the pay plan to meet the current market and support the step plan for the future. That ties back to my recruitment and retention. How do we keep these folks employed here? How do we keep them from going to another city that pays more money? I'd like for us to establish an RFQ for a new public safety building for the future. Continue supporting our capital replacement plan. There again, I keep reiterating that having the good equipment that we can respond to and do the right thing with is exactly what we need. The last thing I've got on here is a fuel tank removal. Current fuel tank located at the fire station that all of the departments have used in the past is not serviceable. We hadn't been using it for the last 9 months. These tanks no longer meet the city code and they need to be removed. There's a cost associated with that with one of our local businesses of roughly about $22,000. And that is all I have. Y'all have some questions?
I have a couple.
Yes, sir.
Actually, not a couple. Sorry. Last year you asked for a fire marshal and arson investigator at $147,000. This year it's $147,957. Is that just because of natural progressive pay increase?
Yes.
Okay. I feel that it is time that we do get one of these. Currently, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not sure what the fire department does except for put out fires and save people's lives. Reviewing building and fire sprinkler plans, investigating the origin and circumstances of fires which involve loss of life, injury, destruction of property, taking charge of evidence. Who does that now?
I review plans. I do a lot of that. Right now, the hats that I wear, I'm the fire chief, I'm the fire marshal, although I do have one guy on shift that helps me when he is here. So it's a lot of hats that we wear.
And the brush / grass fire truck. You said that yours was it was a 2004 model or, okay. And those run about 15 years?
It would service life of about 15 years. Pretty much every time we take it out, something breaks on it. So it ends up in the shop. And, short story, we were out on the fire down in the county the other day. It broke down. I went over and begged the Ford dealership, please fix this as soon as you can. It's the only truck that I have.
Mhm.
And 22 hours later, I had it back. So
Well, thank you,
kudos
Ford.
to this campus Ford over here. So
Well, thank you, Ford. That's almost $300,000. I'm liable to give you the fire marshal arson investigator because you need it. You asked for it last year. You're asking for it again this year. And I think you do need that. As far as the the grass fire truck, I would have to take a look into that a little bit further. I understand that they're only 15 years, and it is 3 years out. So I would definitely have to take a look into that just a little bit further before I can absolutely say yes. My next question here is, you have on here for further consideration, establishing an RFQ for the replacement of the fire station. Now, from what I understand, your fire station is old, very old.
yes, sir.
Have you identified land?
Say that one more time.
Have you identified any land within the city where a new fire station
We
could
have
go?
identified some areas that we think would work for us. Yes, we have not moved forward with any purchase on that. But we have identified some areas.
Are they in the central, you don't have to tell me exactly where they are, but are they in the north, central, west, east, south of the city?
Centrally located in the city.
Okay,
So for us, for a response side, I need something that we can run north, south, east, and west on major thoroughfares, so we can get to those areas in a quick manner.
okay.
Yeah, we're looking for something that will deliver all of that. 'Cause,
Now-
one of the questions y'all have asked me in the past, do we need a second fire station?
Yeah, we do.
I've told you continuously, if we can centrally locate a fire station and build it large enough that we can double house it, meaning I can run 2 trucks or 2 ambulances out of that, then running a central fire station, we could do. Now, getting to the other side of the tracks, we've got a future associated with the possibility of that happening. So that is fantastic. So the location that we are looking at would meet all of those needs.
Now, I know this is going to sound crazy, so kind of bear with me. Would you be interested in possibly having a centralized fire station and then possibly maybe one, like a mini one on across the tracks so that you wouldn't have to, increase that service time possibly?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a crazy question. The city of Crowley is a prime example. If you knew their history, their central fire station, they've been in it for probably about 50 years. Just to the west of them, about 4 or 5 blocks is railroad track.
Mhm.
They ended up building a second fire station just for the reason they did not have access on that other side. It was probably only about 2 miles, not even 2 miles from their current central fire station, but they needed it for the access to the other side of the town.
Because I would be in favor of something like that as well. And also, the removal of fuel tanks from the fire department, I do believe it was you who asked those to be decommissioned about 9 months ago. Is that correct? Have those been decommissioned yet?
We are no longer using them, but no, they have not been decommissioned. That's why I've got it in the future consideration.
So where would we fuel our trucks at?
Presently, we fill them we have QT cards.
Okay,
So we fill at QT. We can also use the cards at P&P right here. So we can use them at different locations.
okay. I know the city of Arlington has something like this, like an actual fuel yard. Would we consider maybe building something like that to where we can fuel our police cars and our fire
Funny you
trucks
should
like that?
say. If we, my thoughts for the future, if we're able to successfully build this public safety building, then we would put in standard double-walled secured tanks on that facility so we could use them across the board with the city.
Because I think that would be beneficial for both police, fire, and our public works department to have
Sure.
everything centralized and fueled right there. That's all the questions I have and comments. As for the fire marshal, like I said, as for the grass truck, I would actually have to look into that just to be a little bit more clear. In my opinion, I do think you need one. However, I don't think the money is there, but definitely for a fire marshal, arson investigator, you asked for it last year, and I brought last year's information with me. And you're only asking for 2 things this year, whereas last year you asked for 3. So I'm liable to give you one of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chief, for your presentation. It was very good. On this brush truck, you got $150,000, but you have it, that's just a rough amount. I mean, is
It
it
is a
going to
rough
cost
amount.
150 or is it going to be less than that?
It'll be every bit of 150.
Okay.
A quote that I recently got was about 147, excluding some additional monies that may be, it may be another $6,000 or $7,000 from the standpoint of delivery and whatever they charge when you buy the vehicle.
And then
They add money to it for some reason.
on the fire marshal, I mean, I support the fire marshal. I think it'd be a great thing because of the fact that there's businesses that should have permits on stuff that they don't have. So, but is that going to take company inspections out? Or are these guys, going to be able to go into a business and walk around and, make sure that it's, so they get a bird's eye view of it? And
No,
Not
it won't take care of all the company inspections. Company inspections for me are important that I can get out, come off the fire truck, go to the donut shop as an example, if they're doing that strip center, and meet the people there. Look at the building to see what's in there. It's a pre-fire plan or an evaluation of that building. I call them snapshots. They can go there, see the building. Next time they're in there, in an emergency situation, they know what's there. So no, they will still do some of the basic life safety inspections on the
Okay.
buildings. But the fire marshal, he'll do all of the large businesses, all the shell buildings, all of the follow-ups. So if let's say there's a business in town that is, the guys run a call on and they see something that is a hazard in there. That's when we get a hold of the fire marshal and we go down and we evaluate that and we work with that business owner to try and make his business as safe as possible.
Okay.
That's our
And
goal.
one more last question. Obviously with these apartments going in, I know we have mutual aid agreements with other cities. Is there a chance that we might be thinking about doing an automatic aid when it comes to these apartments? Because I know we don't have the truck.
So our mutual aid, automatic aid, they're not synonymous. They're pretty much the same. But anyway, so for us, our first alarm assignment is automated.
Okay.
So as an example, the apartments that you were just talking about, say the new apartments, all 287, I guess, if we had an incident there, we would draw from Mansfield, we would draw from Arlington, we would draw from Forest Hill. So we would draw that equipment, the aerial devices that we would need.
Okay.
For what that future looks like for us. And y'all, there again, council has asked before, at what point in time may we need an aerial device? There again, I continue to look at the data. What do we have? What do you have going in? And we will evaluate that for that future. Our next vehicle will have a large ladder on it, probably.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any other questions? Yeah.
So I have a question on the fire marshal. Because it was requested and wasn't approved last year. But there is a truck. We have a fire marshal truck right now.
We got a truck.
Okay, we got a truck. Have we, and when did we get the truck? Because I do see someone driving the
So
truck.
the truck is a utility vehicle that we had when I came to work here. So it was a white GMC truck. And this last year, I've got a guy that came to us from Dallas. He worked in Dallas for, I believe it was 15 years. His last 5 years was in the fire marshal's office. So this past year, what I've done when our staffing allows it, and what that means is we're staffed with 6 people per shift. Our minimum requirement daily is 5 people. We run 3 on the engine, 2 on the ambulance. When my staffing meets those needs or meets those numbers, I can use him to go out and do some of our inspections. So that's what you've seen. I think Cliff had mentioned he had talked with you a little bit.
Yeah, I was curious about who he was and how we had a fire marshal, but we didn't have a fire marshal. So that's
I've been creative the last year,
Yeah.
trying to get us in the direction that we need for sure.
Good job. And I only had one other, I did get an email from Constable Sandra Lee today in reference to you guys helping her recently, and she just passed along how helpful and how thankful she was for the help that she received, except she had to wait for Everman to come. And she was wondering about that and the ambulance and when we were going to get ours.
I talked about simultaneous calls a while ago.
Mhm.
Our ambulance was at the hospital transporting another citizen.
Mhm. Yeah, so I told her that fingers crossed we'd have it very soon.
Yes, yes.
And then one other question, it was my understanding on the grant for the ambulance,
Mhm.
the next one, that there was actually 2 years maybe that we'll have the ambulance grant.
We'll have the opportunity to purchase a second grant, second ambulance through that grant within the next 2 years. So we've got one that I'll be ordering in the next short period of time, followed up by probably about 2 years behind that. So the timeframe to get equipment now is pretty lengthy.
Yeah.
We ordered the current ambulance that we have, we ordered in April or May of last
Mhm,
year.
right.
We're still waiting. So the supply chain is still a bit of a problem for
Yeah,
us.
plus the recalls, as you
Yes,
mentioned.
yes, absolutely.
So the other question I have is the fire marshal that you're requesting, is that in the salary for the budget?
Yes, it is.
So the 2022 budget, this year's request is actually 68,000 less than last year's, and it includes a fire marshal.
You did different math than me. So what I'm seeing from last year's approved budget and this year's budget is an increase of $162,418.
I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing the same thing Jan's seeing.
Yeah, we're
decrease of
seeing a
68K.
decrease. On ours, we're seeing a decrease on the salary line on page 22.
Oh, you're saying salary line. I'm so sorry. I was not looking at the salary line. I was looking at the overall bottom line on the budget itself. I'm going to let Ann answer that question.
So you are correct that it's a decrease from last year's budget. So if you look at your FY 21 actuals, the actuals were 1.3 million. And then we're coming in this year, and
Mhm.
I'd have to calculate where we are currently, but it's actually an increase over where we were for actuals in 21.
21, right?
I'm not sure how the 22 budget was developed, but I found several miscalculations in the numbers. So I really can't address the 22 budget,
Okay.
but I will say that this salary, I have a supporting schedule behind this where I've taken all of our current personnel at their current salaries, and then I've added in the amount for the marshal.
Okay.
So I can tell you that this is the correct budget for 23.
Perfect. Thank
I'm
you.
unable to address the budget for 22 at this.
So it's good for us really to look at the 2021 actual and more compare that. Perfect.
Correct.
And the other question I had was while you're up here is, it does look like there is an increase overall, but let's go to the 2021 and look at that. So if I look at 2021 actual compared to the request, it's going from a 2.3 million to a 3.5 million.
So last year's approved budget was 2.6.
2.6.
And this year's, you're absolutely right, it shows 3.5. You notice I didn't put that slide up there because I didn't want y'all to see that.
It's a
But-
plus 872,918.
But so here's the difference. In those numbers there for 23, it's got $810,000 in grants
Grant.
that we're going to receive
That's
this
what I
year.
was, yes.
So the actual increase from last year's approved to this one is that 160, whatever I said.
Yes. That's what I was
that's
going to
what that
ask you,
increase is.
is the major increase covered by that grant?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Perfect, thank you. All adds up.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Any other questions?
Good save, chief.
Hey, Chief, I got
Chief,
one more.
I've got a question for you.
Or you-
You can go if you like.
When are we going to buy an air conditioning system for the fire department that actually works, where you don't have to it seems like every 3 years they're replacing it? I know-
Well, the current AC system is about 8.5 to 9 years old. I've got funds into our building maintenance for this coming year. I had them in there for this year, expecting that it is going to die. It hadn't died yet. So I'm hoping we can kick that can down the road to next year's.
Okay,
Um,
yeah,
You know, there-
it seems like every time I got a buddy that works on the system and stuff like that. He's always posting, hey, I'm here in Cannondale, and this picture of the top of the fire station working on the AC. And
Yeah, so what you see a lot of cities do, they'll set up a capital replacement plan for all the ACs and all the businesses. And they'll have a life of 8 to 10 years. Doesn't matter if it's still operating at the end of that lifespan, they go pull it out and they put a new one in. And it has to do with just that reoccurring keep up in cost,
right.
efficiency with the newer units and all of that stuff. That's what you see a lot of them do.
Okay.
And I'm just, like I said, I'm kicking that can down the road and hope it doesn't break in this year's budget.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Chief, regarding the brush truck replacement, are any of our neighboring cities lacking a brush truck that you're aware of?
Everman just burnt one up
Okay.
on a grass fire.
Do you think that they would be willing to share the cost if we had an exclusive use agreement with them that, if they need it, we can immediately give it to them to use?
So we do, we work incredibly well together with our neighbors. When we have an engine that breaks down and I don't have a backup, same thing with the medic. I have neighbors that I go and are able to borrow that equipment from. I don't think they would share the cost associated with it just for that, just for that reason, basically. But we share resources like nobody else. It's always been like that in the fire service since I've been in it for 36 years. So, but I don't see that happening.
Figured it was at least worth asking the question.
Yeah.
And then regarding the potential RFQ for a new fire station, before we start going down that road and asking for design bids and architects and contractors, I'd like to explore utilizing a program manager for that. Historically, I've seen them pay for themselves in cost savings through the process. That's what I do as a professional. And I think that there's a lot of value add there from a budget, time, schedule, and quality perspective. So when it comes to new construction, I'd like for us to entertain that as step one before spending money on RFQs for designers and contractors.
But the plus with RFQs, they don't cost anything. Anything else?
That's it. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Thank you, Chief.
I know. Hi, I'm excited. It's my first time talking to you. So, thanks. This has been an interesting process for me. As you know, I've been here 2 months. Not that I'm stressing that, but I've been here 2 months. And so pulling together numbers is a little bit difficult. So we're going back 2 years in our numbers, but then we're going to progress a little bit forward. So first, let's talk about what the library is. The library serves as a thriving community center that provides access to information and resources to educate, empower, enrich, and welcome our entire community. So the goal for the library is to be the place where our citizens can come for whatever they need. Not that we provide everything, but we know where it is and we know how to help you get there. So what I did is these numbers were complete. These were from 2021. And as you know, COVID happened. And so it was really difficult for the staff to be on their A game because they were closed. But they still managed to provide excellent service to the community. And they did that while they were short-staffed. Now, I had the staff pull up some numbers from last year. And as you know, they have been short-staffed the entire year, and they have been without a director for a good portion of that time. And they still managed to go from 7,000 library visits in 2020 to almost 15,000 this year. So they've already doubled their participation at the library. And that's not even telling you the breakdown of where those people went. We had more than 2,500 kids come to programs this year. And in the 2 months that I've been here, I've already seen at least 100 people in that community room coming to celebrate literacy with the summer reading program. That's spectacular. That's just amazing. So what is the library's vision for effective library service? So the library connects the community with library services for personal enjoyment, growth, and enrichment through diverse resources, which means we provide digital, paper, movie, whatever material exists, we try to make sure that it's available for anyone, which includes adaptive resources for people who might be hearing impaired or vision impaired. We have all of those activities and materials. We also want to provide innovative programs that increase knowledge, awareness, and the quality of life for all of our members. And one of the things that we do really well, and I think you'll all agree, is kids programs. We are awesome at providing wonderful kids programs. One thing that I want to see for our future is that we provide programs of equal quality throughout the ages. So all the way from 0 to death, I would like to see programming at the library. And that is going to be interesting. It's going to be fun, and it's going to take a whole lot of effort on our part to be able to make sure that that actually happens. But it's also going to increase quality of life for everybody from 0 on, for every person that lives in this community. We want to support local educational programs and self-directed lifelong learning opportunities. So we want to support all of the grade schools, high schools, middle schools, but we also want to support those individuals that come in and say, I'd like to learn Spanish. We'd like to help you. I'd like to learn how to sew. We'd like to help you. We want to be able to direct people to those resources so they can fulfill their own personal desires for growth. We want to be able to be a community gathering space, not just renting out the community room, but actually having people come in because it's where they want to be. And we want to preserve local history. We have an amazing partnership with the Historical Society, and I don't know the full depth of that, but I do know that it exists and has been there for a very long time. And so we want to continue that and preserve the history of Cannondale. One of the things that is very important for us as a community is to understand that the library is not just a book warehouse. We don't just hold books, we hold the community in those walls. So we're more than books. We are databases and digital material. That means if you don't know how to fix your car, I have a database on the computer where I can print out a schematic for you to fix your car. Did you know that? Maybe not. You can. Did you know that you can also go check your stock values at the library? No, you can. Did you know also, and one person actually did it, just would have been on Tuesday because I've been out for a week. But we had a gentleman come in to check small business resources at a computer at the library for free on a free database provided through the TextShare databases through the state library. All of these amazing resources exist for the citizens of the community. So we also want to offer classes and events. And as you can see, these are cute kid stuff because we do a lot of kids programs. So obviously we do story times, baby times, summer reading programs, and events for all ages. Currently, we have very few programs for adults, but I think that we are starting to build some more awareness and we'll start being able to provide those soon. Community spaces, I had to pull this picture of these seniors in the community room just to be able to have a picture of the community room. And I don't even know who these people are, so I apologize to them if they didn't want to be in my presentation. But you can see we do have space for the community to come, and we have a dedicated area for kids to come and learn and grow. We want to build extreme community partnerships. One of them that I am very happy to see has already started, and we're picking it back up where it was left, is with the Keep Cannondale Beautiful program. They are planning to come in and do a butterfly garden right outside of our big picture windows, and then we'll have a butterfly education component inside the library. And we're excited. That's exactly the type of programming we want to see for our community. But it also allows us to begin outdoor programming in a way that's more tangible learning experiences. So we're looking forward to that. The community partnerships that we are entertaining also involve the Chief of Police's community policing program, where we want to be a part of his adventures out in the city, where the library actually needs to be going out to where the people are so that we can make them aware of the services, help them where they are, and then bring them back to the library. So that's exciting. So we need to make strategic plans that have community focus groups, surveys, and interactive interviews to be able to meet the needs of the community and actually understand what those needs are. We have to build collaborative partnerships using everything at our resource at our hand. We need to develop our networking and outreach so that we have complete understanding of what already exists in this community. So we're not duplicating anything, but we're enhancing everything. We need to do pop-ups. And one thing that I'm pushing for the future, not this year, but definitely the future, is having a vehicle of some sort to be able to take the library out to the neighborhoods, to take technology out to the neighborhoods, to take access out to people where they are. And then the school interaction engagement, we definitely need to have much stronger participation and partnerships with the schools to understand exactly how our programs can enhance what they're teaching, but also provide an extra bit of access to education, maybe for the parents of the kids that are in the schools, so that there's a more rounded circular delivery of education. So some of the library services for the future, we need to reflect our community needs. We need to reflect the desires and actually provide solutions in demonstrable ways. Not just say that we've done it, but actually be able to prove, here's where we solved that problem you brought to us. We need to have adaptable, innovative, forward-thinking, and emerging technology at our disposal. We need to reach beyond our walls to take that information out to where people actually are. We need to teach information literacy so people can access the information and know, did you see what I did? That was magic. And know, and exactly. I love interactive things. So, but we need to be able to teach them how to use that technology themselves instead of being incompetent. We don't want incompetent citizens. We want competent, aware, and knowledgeable citizens. We also want to improve health literacy, job skills, and small business education, which is imperative in this day and age, especially considering where we are in our economy. If people can find resources to be independently, financially stable, we're all for it. We will totally help you with that. And then we want to improve continuous opportunities for lifelong learning, which means that we don't just stop there. We keep going. If you bring us an idea and we can understand where that's beneficial to the whole community, we will jump on it. We will run with it. So our increases in this budget are not ginormous. But they are not insignificant either. We wanted to see a better compensation package for our staff so that we can increase training and staff development. We want to improve our technology, and then we want to improve our collection. And that's not just books, physical books, but that also includes digital material as well. So this will provide improvement in programming for all ages, outreach and partnerships, marketing and awareness of services, staff training, and then resources for the public. And that, I believe, is the library. So would you like me to stop there or continue through the senior center and then do questions at the end? Keep going?
Please.
Okay, so the senior center is part 2 of this dynamic presentation. So the Cannondale Senior Center provides access to community resources, nutrition, health and entertainment activities that promote social connection, vibrant aging, and lifelong learning, and enable the emotional and physical well-being of independent adults over 55. So that's our mission. That's what we're here to do with that. So in order to be able to do that, we need to, again, reflect on the needs and desires of the senior community, which we began a couple of weeks ago. We had our very first conversation, which I felt was very positive, gave us lots of good ideas for moving forward. We are adaptable and innovative. And one of the things about the senior center is, the library has seen a little neglect. The senior center has seen a lot of neglect. And so in order for us to get it up to where the seniors need it to be, we need to be really, really innovative on what we do. So we need to be able to provide access to community information and resources, and we need to provide continuous opportunities for lifelong learning. One of the things that we did learn during that conversation that we had is that they're starving for things to do. So if we can provide activities, programs, and ability to access them, we are way ahead of the game. So we have asked for money for facility improvements, regular programming and meals, and improved interaction and care. So this will provide daily programming based on requests. It will also provide outreach and partnerships, marketing and awareness of the services, and better facilities to welcome our seniors. So the goals for each of these is we want the library to provide superior customer service to all library users, be the first choice for information needs, anticipate and meet the changing community needs, guarantee equitable access to library resources and services, and be a strong and effective partner in the community. The goals for the future for the senior center are to provide opportunities for seniors that meet their changing needs, improve their quality of life, and empower them to live life to the fullest. Now, any questions?
Yes.
Tell me.
So I see in the budget that there's a $20,000 for Meals on Wheels. How is that facilitated?
So it's called Meals on Wheels, just because that's the overarching program. But it is a part-time director for programming that comes in 5 days a week, 5 hours each day to provide programming every single day of the week.
Okay. Also, I love how you did your little spreadsheet there, looking like a nutrition label. That was cute. I thought that was really nice. The building maintenance, though, I know the kitchen over there is in the Senior Citizen Center is way out of code.
Yeah, and it's a significant number to bring it to code as a commercial kitchen. It works great as just a potluck kitchen.
Okay. Is there any money that is going to be derived? I don't want to say derived, but is there going to be any money contributed to bringing it up to code?
Not this year. This year, we're going to try to see what we can do without having to go down that route. And if we can't, then it'll be on next year's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you looked at how much it would cost to bring it up to code?
I personally have not, but I believe that the people prior to me did, and it was over $50,000.
Okay. What type of programs in the Senior Citizen Center would we be running?
Exercise programs from certified exercise instructors, computer program to teach them basic digital literacy, teaching them smart devices, and also fun things like bingo and card games and things like that. But then also bringing in experts like we have on our list to invite the fire chief over to teach us how to use the defibrillator, things like that.
Are we using anything that would engage that would engage both mind and body?
Well, I think a lot of it does. I think that the exercise classes do that. And I do believe that the computer classes do that to a smaller extent. Mhm.
Now, when I say like a mental capacity type thing, what would challenge them mentally? Like to get their, because I know with a lot, personal story, I had a grandmother and grandfather, everyone does. Unfortunately, Alzheimer's and-
Sure, yeah.
or not say Alzheimer's and, Lou Gehrig's disease,
Sure.
Parkinson's, that
Mhm.
sort of thing. That
Sure.
does happen in our older
Mhm.
community.
Yeah.
So what do you have on the plate
Mhm.
that is going to challenge our seniors so that they might not overcome that,
Right.
but they would have more of a cognitive feeling
Sure.
of, of being aware?
Sure. So one of the things that the Meals on Wheels program offers is a master class course where they can actually access this information digitally on the screen. And it's teaching them languages, it's teaching them culture, it's teaching them lots of different things that engage their mind to put that Alzheimer's dementia on hold. Any of the game playing also does that.
Okay. Is there anything that's not digital? Because,
Well, the programs that they're going to be bringing in are definitely live individuals that are teaching them things.
okay,
Mhm.
because I know that there are some of our seniors out there who have an illiteracy to digital
But
things.
those things are actually done in the community center together as a group. Yeah,
Okay,
so they wouldn't have to control it on their own.
excellent.
Yeah.
I just didn't want someone to be just left to their
No,
devices.
and if that were the case, I would teach them how to use the things so they could do it at home.
Okay, and I guess the only other question I would have is, I noticed that oh Lord, where did I put it? There was like I just had it here, I'm stupid, there it is. On page 39, I know there's a bullet point here, but the building maintenance for the library in 2022, the budget was 11,436. I see that the 2023 requested budget is 42.5. That's a quite sharp increase, $31,000. Can you tell me what that's for?
So there are two things that covers. We had the police come through and do a safety check on our building, and we have determined we need to move the circulation desk out of the line of fire. And so it's $10,000 to pay for a new circulation desk, but it's going to be a mobile circulation desk, so we can move it if we ever have to do that again.
Okay.
The second one is carpet in the community room because it is pretty bad.
Is it so bad that it just can't be cleaned anymore?
I think we're past that stage.
We're past that stage. Great. All right. So no Bissell cleaner here.
Yeah, I think the Bissell's done the best it can do.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you very much. And like I said, this is cute. I like the nutrition label thing.
I've got a couple of questions.
Okay.
Regarding the senior center, I see we've got a line item in there for fuel, which I would assume is for the bus.
It is. That's
It's-
still a big question for us. And one of the benefits from Meals on Wheels is they offer transportation. So it might be something that we can use once in a while, or we can find a different solution for that van, but still be able to offer transportation.
I'm just thinking that $100 for 12 months worth of service at 15 miles to the gallon is probably not quite enough. That'll get you around the block maybe twice or
Yeah.
half a tank of fuel.
I don't think that we anticipate using it, to tell you the truth.
And then you mentioned that for the Meals on Wheels director, or Meals on Wheels, we've got a $20,000 line item in there. Is that for the director person?
It's
Does
for
it-
everything that they offer, correct? Yeah,
Okay, does it include meals?
correct. Yes, and as a matter of fact, 2 meals, breakfast and lunch,
Very good.
for anybody who wants it and qualifies. And obviously, there's an age thing for Meals on Wheels. But the other thing is that if we decide that the meals are not the right direction, we are still getting the programming and we can make another solution for meals.
Okay, very good. I think that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else that has any questions?
I don't have a question, but I want to say I'm so happy you're here.
Thanks. Me
And
too.
our seniors are so happy that you're here. I was at the town hall
Yeah,
and they just love you.
yeah.
And it was funny to me that there were more people in the back playing cards and bingo than up front. But
Mhm.
that says, that there were 3 rooms that
Yeah.
were being utilized with cards and
And it shows you what their
Non-resident.
priorities are in there too. Yeah.
yes, and they're there every day.
Every
That group
day.
is there every day.
Every day.
And it did
Yeah.
seem with the activities, really, they want very specific ones because there's some that have been offered, but they don't show up.
Exactly, exactly.
So,
And,
yeah.
and I think it's great that you point that out, that there were 3 things going on, but everybody was engaged. And
Mhm.
so if we had a place where everybody could be engaged in their own activities, that would be spectacular.
Yeah, it's very good. So
Yeah.
thank you. Glad
No,
to have
thank
you here.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Is there anyone else? That's got it, ma'am. Thank you very
Thank
much for
you.
your presentation. Yes, 5-minute break. We'll just do that right quick.
Hello, hello, hello. It's working.
Good, yourself? Busy? Imagine that, for sure. Nonstop, fantastic. Fantastic. It is going the same way. In fact, we looked at the numbers just the other day and we're actually 31% up on retained earnings. And that don't ask me, I didn't anticipate that, no way in the world. So profitability is very, very good. There's movement. They don't know exactly what they want. I pulled one that was closing out yesterday and I talked to them and we walked through it 2 or 3 times and they said, okay, I'll send you the money. So, we're just taking the time to talk them through it slowly and make sure they understand both sides. Had a good meeting this morning, as a matter of fact, with James and the people out over there at the Falcon Crest on that thing that we're dealing with the farmers agent. I'll tell you what, James is worth every penny in this. Oh, yeah. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And he he got us an answer without breaking the law. And that's the one the guy wanted us to do something, same old thing, let's shortcut it and make it all right. And that's what got him that way. He's wanting to build 3 houses over there in Falcon Crest. And the neighbors were ready to change because they cut the roads off. And they think they've got a cul-de-sac over there and they think we have a freeway. Same old thing. Produce me the paper. Nobody can produce anything. It's all, we're just gonna raise Cain because we can. And the fact of the matter is, he tried to poor boy it, do it on the cheap, and they beat him big time. So we got away, we're waiting on the Bowerman, which has got that gas line behind me, to make up his mind about whether he can extend some land over there if he can, and he already has indicated that he can. So I know Bill quite well, and I think that'll work it. And then we can set it up like it's supposed to be. If we don't, well, we don't. The one that's really causing flack is the one on the east end of Sublette. They're generating big time problem. Yep.
We gotta do these the rest of them before we
I hear you.
reconvene.
Yeah. What do you think, Mr. Earl? I'm sitting here, I wanted to see if I could do it. One of the things in that book, I read and I pay attention, it says, if the moderator will keep his mouth shut most of the time, he can cut these meetings half in two. I have, and we haven't.
There's a little bit of truth to that.
Yeah.
But there's also a purpose.
Well, yeah. I mean, you say something when you really got something to say and not just to talk.
No, you're right.
So, I'm trying that out to see what he can do. Then the other side of the coin is it recommends that they come prepared. And then that cuts the other part.
Absolutely.
Well, it's still, but I think it's coming.
No, I'm still on it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. We're a heck of it. If you look at the first meeting, heaven forbid, and then going forward, everybody's excited and all that stuff. I know all of us, I got really excited about being up here, and I am excited still, but I'm more mature excited. How do we get to work? We had some great presentations tonight. I could be quiet tonight quite easily because I went over your budgets and talked to Ann about them, and quite frankly, didn't even have to talk to Ann about them because they're good.
I think they're good numbers.
They're good numbers. I said, hey, don't touch a thing.
No, they're good numbers.
Yeah.
And, if we need to make some adjustments, we can. We just can't go too far.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's I'll put out on Facebook. It's the best, most
Are you the last one left?
She'll be here in a minute. Or he'll be here in a minute. Unless he fell in. Out there drinking out of the cattle trough. Let me go see if I can find him. He doesn't smoke, does he? Okay, let's reconvene. And Miss Ann, it's all
Thank
yours,
you.
ma'am.
Although I might look like Miss Ann,
Yeah.
I'm actually standing in for Miss Caroline Green,
Oh, okay,
our
Okay.
HR director, Human Resources Director.
okay.
So Ms. Green is a staff of one. When she needs help and she looks behind her, a lot of times she might see no one because there's nobody else in her department. Although when she looks behind her, normally there's all the directors right behind her and we all help each other out. So she does have a lot of initiatives. Employee recruitment is one of them. And I stand before you today because Caroline is a friend of mine. She's been a friend for a number of years, and she actually stalked me and begged me to apply for the position for finance director. I was sure that these directors and would not hire me. And somehow they did, and I ended up here. So I'm, I'm one of many of our directors that she did bring here. So employee recruitment is high on our list, interview, selection, hiring, benefits administration with Dawn Brinson. She works very closely with Dawn's team and the Purple Card team. She deals with the compliance with federal and state regulations, classification and compensation, employee development and training, employee retention, and employee safety and workers' compensation. And in her budget package this year, she came forth with a wish list, and she said, in order to have employee retention, I need some things for our employees. And one of them was tuition reimbursement. She talked about having a monthly employee morale luncheon, service awards for 5-year increments, performance review program, orientation video, and an annual employee recognition banquet. She put forth a very strong case for each one of these items. And so in the budget, and I've highlighted in yellow some of these items. So it looks like, you know, there's a pretty large increase in her budget, but really the increase is associated with these items for the employees. So with that, I'll ask, are there any questions regarding the human resource budget?
Yeah, I have a couple. For the 2022 budget, the very last line, HR related tests, drug. I don't see a budget for this year, but for 2023, I see 8,000. Is there a reason for that?
Yes. So previously, all of these drug tests have been charged back to the department for which they're associated with. So let's say that we have a person who has a CDL driver's license. We're required to have a separate pool for drug tests for those employees. And then the department, and let's say maybe it's Public Works, had an employee that was tested, and then that invoice was going back to the Public Works Department, so that there was information being held in the departments, which really should not be there, that was medical related. And Caroline and I realized that that was a violation to have medical information at the department level, that should be held in the HR office in a medical file. And so we've corrected that. And I pulled that cost out of each departmental budget and then put it here in the HR budget, which is where it really should be.
So last year, Human Resources asked for $5,000 for an employee appreciation dinner. We said no. They asked for $1,800 for a monthly employee recognition. We said no. $750 in travel extra. We said no. And a compensation survey, $8,500. We said no. And a $3,500 tuition reimbursement. We said no. That was last year. That was all HR related as of last year. This year, we're asking for $10,000 in tuition reimbursement, $10,000 in awards, $4,000 monthly get-togethers, $2,500 orientation video. I have no idea why an orientation video would cost $2,500. A $10,000 banquet and end-of-year events. I understand our employees need some sort of compensation. I'm at this time, I guess I would probably be the awards for 5-year increments. I would definitely go with the tuition reimbursement. That is standard these days. I would probably go with that. The banquet, I would go with that. However, for the orientation video, the performance evaluation software, and $4,000 monthly get-together meetings, I would absolutely say no to. And I mean, $30,000 I think is good to give them the tuition reimbursement, because that's actually standard these days. The awards, I think our employees deserve something for their years of service, and their banquet awards and end-of-year events. I think that, you know, they deserve to be taken out to dinner or lunch or whatever like that for the service that they provided for the entire year. I just don't. I don't get the rest of it. I just don't understand. A $2,500 orientation video, that's a little extreme. I just don't understand that line item.
So a lot of companies have an orientation video, and it's a professional video where we would have a photographer come in, a videographer come in and take pictures of the city. And then also sit down with key figures at the city, the mayor, who would give a message to new employees coming in, and the city manager, who would give a message to new employees coming in. And then this video, which would be on a disk drive or maybe even on YouTube or some other platform, would be available for not just new employees to watch, but also prospective employees to the city. So you would want this video to be a professionally done video. And 2,500 is an estimate as to what that video would cost.
So I guess my next question would be, is all of this new, are all of these new items, have they been factored in? Are they already paid for? Can they already be paid for?
None of this is already paid for.
Yes.
This is budget
Yes.
for next year.
So what I'm saying is that have these totals been factored in? Can we afford it?
So the answer is yes, we can afford it. And yes, it is in our proposed budget. And the proposed budget happens to be a balanced budget. And I do know that some of your concern is regarding streets. And I haven't gotten to my part of the presentation, which
Oh, it's
comes
coming.
later. But if you want to fast forward to page 46,
Okay.
if you were to say, I don't want to spend any of this money, I want to just get rid of the whole human resource department so that the full $186,000 could go towards streets, I would have to tell you that the budget doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
Because this is Fund 1 and our streets come out of a different fund. So that if you decrease here, thinking that this decrease could go towards streets, it's not a one-to-one comparison. But on page 46 of your budget, which I'll get to in the last presentation for the evening, page 46 allocates $3 million out of the most recent bond issue for streets, specifically, call it Sublet, Valley Lane. There are other street improvements in there. And there's also some public works equipment that's needed to maintain our streets and also construct and repair current streets. So there is money in this budget. It's just that it's in a different fund. It's not in Fund 1. Fund 1 is for our daily operations, such as police, fire, library, finance, city manager, city secretary, and council's budget.
Okay.
That's what's in our Fund 1 budget.
And
There's no decision that's required tonight.
Yeah.
This is a workshop.
yeah.
Yeah.
My thing is, like I said, the only thing that is really killing me right now is an orientation video for $2,500. I can't get over that.
So is it the dollar amount?
it's the
or
dollar
Is
amount.
it the actual video?
No, it's not the actual video. I
Okay.
think we can get a quality video from our high school. They can come out here, they can and do it for half the cost.
I love that idea. And we are required to bid when we go out for services. I would be happy to include the local high school if they have a department for video. I'd be
Videography.
happy to include them in our RFP bid list
Okay.
and make sure that they have the opportunity to bid on the video.
Because I think it would be a great opportunity for them, because there's, in school for this, to kind of get firsthand knowledge of this as well. I think that's the only thing that I have a real issue with. And besides the $4,000 monthly get-together meetings, what does that encompass?
So we can't shut the city down so that we can all meet together
Mhm.
because our offices have to remain open. And so what Caroline has tested is that if we offer some kind of an activity during a lunch session, there's a lot of overlapping lunch periods. And so if we have a lunch, which is generally hot dog, hamburger, sandwich type luncheon. Yes, the last luncheon was sponsored by our fire department, and they did cook some excellent hamburgers and hot dogs. And it's an opportunity for the employees to get together, to brainstorm, to talk about things that are cross-departmental, cross-functional, and to see the different buildings within the city. So I was able to see our fire department and received a tour of the fire department and talk to other employees in the city, hear their concerns, answer questions. And it's just a great opportunity for us to get together. But the only time that we can truly do that, given our work schedules, is lunch. And so the main thing that the $4,000 provides is lunch for 60 employees, per month.
I'd be interested to see what some of my other colleagues on this dais have to say about that, but I like the budget. Like I said, I'm absolutely for the tuition reimbursement, the 5-year increment awards, the banquet and end-of-year events, absolutely for that. Let's look at the orientation video. And I'd like to hear if anyone else has anything about the $4,000 monthly get-togethers. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't have any questions, but I have a comment. I love getting the employees together. I love that. I love them being able to interact with each other and know each other and know each other's departments and what they do. I think that's what builds team. And the city staff is a community.
Yes, a
And-
family.
A family, yeah, and so I think that it is important. It breaks down to about $5.50 a person, which is, really inexpensive, an inexpensive way of team building. If you look at it on a whole, you can't do very much team building with that kind of a budget, but you're doing the best you can do with it. Like you guys cooked, so, that's, it was good. And it was actually good. And so
Yeah.
that's my thought on that. I thought the banquet was important as well. I did attend the employee banquet and I enjoyed it. Because again, you're just together, you're meeting the other half of people's lives, their spouses, and that was fun to see the other half of the person you see the family member. So for me, I'm more focused on the bigger chunks of this budget. I'm like, my wheels are kind of turning in the 150,000, the brush truck. Not that I'm saying no to it, but maybe some other options. So I'm kind of looking at the bigger pieces of this, because the smaller increments are going to give us a lot in return in employees, kind of what I'm thinking it right now. So that's my thought on that. And I think Caroline has done an amazing job. I think she actually signed the agenda. Right now, she's interim city secretary.
Yes, she is.
And I came up a couple of weeks ago and there were you and Caroline were in this office. I mean, I think someone had posted the agenda and you got, so, she's done a great job and so have you, and I thank you for that.
Thank you.
So
Can you speak into the microphone? I'm having difficulty hearing you.
Okay, thank you. I was talking to Caroline about this.
all the companies I've ever worked for had some program like this. The whole intent, the question that permeated it was, tell me your turnover. Tell me your turnover for the last 4 months compared to previous time. What made that turnover? Well, I asked hard questions. Hard questions obviously was, hey, let's address someone. The fact of the matter is, other thing is, you see a lot of people smiling and amazing with other employees. Comes back to, you care about people, they care back. I love Keith Brown's presentation. He talks about we're family. We are family. We project that. The citizens pick up on it, and they are family with us. That's excellent. So my feelings about this is this is not change.
It truly is.
If we need to have a program where we can pay for it outside the budget, well, let's work on that one, because this is important. People need to feel like you work 16 hours a day, you need to have somebody come. Because there's a lot of people who've done a lot of work far and further than my expectations, quite frankly. So, not that that means, well done. So, thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Any
I do
other
have a
questions?
I just want to make some comments, if you don't mind. The employee luncheon is extremely important. Because one, it builds camaraderie between all of us. And it's not just us as an employee, it is for you as well. It's for you to come out, be involved with us other than a meeting style environment or a very professional environment. Our citizens and our employees represent you. And for you to understand your employees is nothing but a positive influence of our positive image that we're wanting our citizens, our business owners, and whoever wants to interact with us, see a smile on their face and say, I like working for Cannondale. And I think we're building that reputation to have exactly that. And having a $4,000 budget for me to feed them brings us together, because they're looking at it as the city has given me dinner or giving me a lunch or giving me a Coke. Although it's very minor, a very small cost, but I can assure you one thing for a fact, and I've seen it for the last year, you give a nickel and a lot of times they'll give you $1 back. And it's been very prominent for exactly that. And I'm speaking not necessarily as a city as a whole, but I am talking about the police department. And I've also seen that in just the last 3 months. It's if we don't care, and it goes back to what the mayor is indicating, we're going to continue to get a negative output. And that's not what we want.
So I'm actually so glad you actually mentioned that. Give a nickel and they'll give you $1 back. I'm pretty sure that some of these employees would like to see a raise on their paychecks instead of that lunch or that Coke or that dinner.
Well, that part's coming up pretty soon. We'll talk about that.
Pretty soon needs to happen, like, I don't know, with 9.1% inflation, pretty soon needed to happen like 3 months ago.
So I think I may have left that out of your packet, but it's actually on page, it's subtle in the package. And for those at home, the package is posted on our website and it is on page 8. So on page 8, it lists all the things that we've included in this budget that are above and beyond. And if you go down to the 4th item on the page, it says 75.8 full-time equivalent personnel. And then it has the raises. So for Public Works, this budget proposes a 10% increase in salary. For non-sworn personnel, a 5% increase in salary. And for sworn personnel, being fire and police, this budget includes the current pay scale, which was recently adjusted, is my understanding.
Question.
Mhm.
Why does Public Works get 5% more than non-sworn employees?
It's coming in as a cost adjustment.
Define, please.
Basically, for the last 3 years, in a sense, and I'll use the public safety for example, they have received pay raises in reference to what the cost analysis is of our surrounding DFW area. This same concept is being applied on the community or the public works side of things. To one, we're having a hard time retaining some of our personnel, and we're having a hard time hiring based off the salary we're able to offer at this point. We're trying to get to somewhat of a market value for them to come in. For instance, if we have someone that's asking or needs a CDL, which we're asking for, is extremely hard to get someone with a CDL license. The cost analysis of someone going out and driving a truck versus coming to a city is a huge difference. And that's some of the things that we're facing coming into this budget. And you'll hear here shortly that we're 7 employees short in the public works section. And a lot of that is defined because the pay is just not where it should be, and it's not adequate for the current time.
Well, I guess if you need a CDO, or if you already have one, or let me rephrase this. If you need a CDO and you want to work for a city and they know that you need, and you know that you need one, that should be up to you to go get automatically. I'm still stuck on this. I don't understand. Well, I do understand. We have employees, 75 full-time, 10% goes to Public Works, 5% non-sworn. I think that needs to be actually, I think it needs to be even, to be quite honest with you, because the people in this office and in these offices around here, and even in our, even sitting at that desk up there, this woman does a tremendous amount of, foot traffic and just traffic in general. So I think that we need to appreciate them more than just saying, here's 5%, have a good day, and then give them a lunch. I think that they deserve both. If we're going to do it for one, we're going to do it for both. And if we're not going to do that, then we just need to scale back Public Works altogether. Give them the 5%, give non-sworn, and give non-sworn 5% as well. Let's fight for everybody and not just leave one classification and non-sworn people out, because they do a butt ton of work. I mean, just because they're not out there sweating their butts off doesn't mean anything.
So I will agree with you. Caroline has done studies and she's looked at the area wage rate, and what we are offering in Public Works is less than what the local area wage rate is. So with this pay increase, she's trying to provide equity for our Public Works employees that are not up to the local standard. She's also looked at some of the positions here that are for the non-sworn personnel, but those pay rates are in line with what the current area provides. So that's why there's a disparity between the pay increases between Public Works and non-Public Works.
So basically, Public Works is underpaid right now. and
Correct.
Everybody else is at fair market rate.
Correct. And that is also shown in the number of positions that we have open currently. We have had 7 open positions in Public Works for the last 9 months or beyond. Caroline has tried to fill those positions at our current rate of pay, yet continues to receive declines because people are going elsewhere. So we're unable to fill our current positions. Currently in Public Works, we have 2.65 employees that work the maintenance on our streets and our drainage ditches and our parks. Yes, it shows. And so in order to get, we have 7 open positions for street maintenance workers, park workers, drainage workers. In order to be able to fill those positions, we need to offer a higher rate of pay. And it wouldn't be right to bring in a new employee at a higher rate of pay than what we're paying our current employees. So therefore, we need to lift the current employees up to what the market rate is, and then bring in new employees also.
And also part of it that a couple of months ago, you made the indication that that's what you wanted for us to do. And that's what we're offering to you tonight. Unfortunately, it is a 5% difference in it. But I think that's what you was asking.
Yeah, and a couple months ago, inflation was at 7.3%. It's now at 9.1.
Well, if you want to add more to it, I'm sure they'll be grateful for that as well.
Okay. Let's look at that just a little bit further.
I sure will. Thank you.
And
Any
also-
other questions? Mhm.
The other thing that comes to play in this thing is X amount of dollars, whatever that. But the fact of the matter is, burn off good quality managers. They're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. They can't manage because they're out there running the show.
We just recently had that issue occur in our Public Works organization. Any other questions on human resources?
I want to back up just a little bit more. I wasn't done a while ago, if you don't mind. Partial of this launching is also for us to build trust within ourselves. So they see us and interact with someone they don't see on a regular basis. And that's our management team. These are our experts and they need to be showcased of what their experts is. And for them to build trust within their management that we're doing the right thing and we're going the right direction and we're going to have their back and we're going to do the best thing we can. And for them to understand what their purpose is here. And when they see our management team going out doing the same thing, it's going to help us a year from now, 2 years from now, that these 7 employees we hire, they stay here. Because sometimes it's not about the money. Sometimes it's about your environment. It's about what you're surrounded by. And that's a proven fact throughout this whole country and elsewhere, is that if you provide a culture of unity and love and just containment within yourself, we'll have an organization that everybody will be proud of, including the one that's at the very bottom, because they're going to be proud to say I work for the city of Cannondale. And I think that's what we'll build. Unfortunately, it may cost us $4 grand to give them a taco, which I love tacos.
I had a follow-up to that. I don't know how many people are up for a 5-year award, but we're showing we've got 10 grand in there for that. Does it make more sense to reduce that to $9,000 or $8,000 for awards and bump our luncheon budget up to $5,000 or $6,000 so that your cost per meal per person is a little bit over $4?
I think what we have budgeted will be significant, what we need to accomplish. The 10 grand, be honest with you, majority of that cost is going to be dealing with Red's Roadhouse. Obviously, they're in the business to make money, and it's a place that we can go that we can all fit. We're not having to go outside our city for all of our employees to come together. Fortunately, last year, I was able to get that donated. That is still a possibility for this coming year. But in the same sense, I want to make sure I'm budgeted for it so we can make sure it happens. and we had the funds available. I don't see any difference from last year to this year. We have a very employee-based corporations and businesses, and each one of you have those contacts that continue to be a positive image on our city. And they're very proud of what we're doing as well. And they want to promote that, and they want to pat us on the back. And it continues every day. We continue to grow and show a positive image, and it's paying off for us.
Next. James Guy, Community Development Director. One, thanks for the opportunity to come back to work for the city of Cannondale. And I appreciate all the support from council, fellow staff, especially Ann and Daryl. We wouldn't have this presentation if Ann didn't help me at the last minute last night to put it together. So 2 weeks, 2 days in. Apologize, I don't have such a detailed presentation everybody else did. I'm sure y'all ready to speed through this. One thing is Daryl's touching on, and one thing we're doing different, what I'm excited about working for Cannondale, we're a smaller community and we're cross-training people and wearing multiple hats. So as I say that, is in the development department, and the key word is here, you keep hearing tonight over and over, we're trying to create community, is I've been pulled in as a position of community development and public works, which those overlap. And part of that we'll be working with Daryl together with EDC is, you bring in business, and nobody talks to development people, then you have all this back and forth going. We're looking at promoting an individual to become a combination building inspector and code compliance, who's been a dedicated employee, where he can do through supervision, training, and schooling. And he's been here with the city about 7 or 8 years, is promote him up. And he'll do building inspection and code compliance. But again, as a small city, like when I worked here and Bob Hart goes build these park projects, he's also very familiar. It's important to keep him on board. He's familiar with electrical in our parks or buildings or lighting, We have an existing permit clerk. And one thing we did a little different is I'm looking for a full-time administrative assistant to help across the board with all the more detailed stuff of getting reports out, documentations out, keeping me on schedule, keeping things organized. We want to build relationship with the business, and that's kind of circling back on the community. Everybody here is talking about the police, fire. We're doing joint inspections. We're meeting with businesses. We're all on the same page. Again, you don't have a scenario when you go out and do a CO inspection with building and fire where you don't have, well, he said, she said. They have that whole long list in front of them. So again, this is short and sweet, building relationships with existing business. We want to work with our existing business for retention, growth. Again, assist economic development corporation with any new growth that's coming in. Really passionate about working with homeowners, builders, developers, and upcoming projects in a timely, professional manner. I don't mean to sound self-centered on this. We have myself, a lot of staff that's been in the construction business, so we understand what contractors go through. For example, Stan, this kind of overlapping the public works, Stan, we're kind of working Stan up to be more involved with addressing the street, building an inventory of potholes, meeting with citizens, painting out places marked. We had a citizen that came in wanting to put a drive approach in. Well, like I said, here's your permit, here's your typical detail. With Stan, let's go meet with them. Well, we've just issued a permit, his pipe would have been too high, there was a water meter. So in a part of the process of going out there and actually meeting with homeowners, we've got hands-on. So our goal is to do it right, not make them redo it, because we didn't meet with them, work with them. And again, be proactive in working with property owners in regarding code compliance. There's those that you're gonna have to go by the book and be strict about, but we want to be, hey, we need to get in compliance. We're trying to improve the visual. I mean, I love Daryl's dream of trying to light up the parkway as part of his meeting with him. We're trying to do this year. As we work together and beautify the city, a lot of these people will get on board on seeing that. And we set an example as a city staff on doing that. So in my budget itself, which I think is page 23, I don't know if there's any particular questions on that. Probably the big ticket items is down under special services. We have Dunaway, which is and really very beneficial. It's been a good working relationship. They've been involved with their planning zoning side. It's keeping this legal. There's laws on 30 days notices and having platting and stuff done. Safe Build is our third-party inspector that we're kind of trying to wean off really as quick as we can. If pretty well right now we have was waiting for backup, existing permits, existing inspection system, but all new stuff is coming through me and then future staff. Part of this, you see there's the UDC and comp plan. We want to put together look at the future development of the city, but a lot of stuff we want to start off at staff level with some of the facts. And we've had this discussion of what's developed, what can be redeveloped, what's undeveloped. Daryl and I are working together. Part of that, you have to have the foundation of thoroughfares and utilities and drainage and stuff in place. So you don't want to go out and plan something if you don't have the utilities in place for that development to take place. So that's really my big ticket item. The other one is tied to that, the engineering services, which is Shield Engineering that looks at it's kind of an overlap. It's in the community development side. They're also looking at public works related projects. So with that quick spiel, is any specific questions on community development?
I've got one.
Okay.
You mentioned Shield. It looks like we're budgeting about 100 grand for engineering. You've only been here a short period of time, so I thank you for getting as up to speed as you have been. But what's it going to take to get rid of Shield Engineering? I'm just going to come out and say it.
Well, it's like our discussion in the past 3 months. We'll go out for RFQs and RFPs to be able to get that out and get more services to come in, so we have actual options to look at. Unfortunately, some of the ones that Shield is involved in or fortunate is helping us on what the projects has been in the past. At the point where we start moving forward and we're able to go in and have this RFPs come out, we'll have a new opportunity to choose a new engineering at that point.
I get the legacy projects that we're currently working on with them, needing to finish that out. I'm 100% on board. It doesn't make sense to grenade that deal.
Right.
But moving forward for any new ones, I want to make sure that we're,
Absolutely.
even if the city is going after a new engineering firm to be the city's representative for reviewing plans and compliance and structural details, I'd like to make sure that we give every other engineering firm an opportunity to
Absolutely.
compete for it.
Absolutely. We haven't had any new programs that's coming in that concept of needing an engineer. Only thing that we've done at this point is things that we've been working on, honestly, for the last 3 months for me. And Shield, up to this point, has been doing a halfway decent job. He's done a great job for everything we've asked him to do. We've been involved in it, which has been a benefit for Shield and for us. That way we're giving them a direction of what our anticipation is and what we want out of them. So they've been willing and able and shared information for us to come to a conclusion to get wherever that project is completed. So they've been very honest and upfront with us. And we have to as a staff. They know that we're going to go out and get qualifications.
Competitive
Go that
pricing
way.
and rates.
Yes, sir.
Very good. And then I saw under salaries, it looks like we've got a $60,000 uptick from what was budgeted for 2022, which was down 30,000 from 21. So if you look at 21 as actual, the last realistic one, we're only up $35,000 there, which makes sense, especially considering that 10% salary increases we just discussed. But I did have a question under the office equipment and software. Looks like we're budgeting 25 grand for that line item. And I didn't know if that was specific to new software or technology that we would be providing as an interface for our citizens, or?
That's correct. Obviously, we're wanting to move forward. We need a new program to help us manage what we have, and we have a history of it. Right now, it's extremely hard for us to go back and look at what's been done 10, 15, 20 years ago. So we're looking for a new program to be able to move forward with the future and be able to deal with that. The technology side of it, that program, we can also put online. So if we have the builder come in, they can actually come in and put the information on there and send it to us, which ultimately in the long run will help us on employee wise, because that data has been put in, and we can go in and, in a sense, at this point, save about 20 minutes off of one person and to put that data into a computer system.
I love it.
Then take that one step forward is getting a good software that has technology and hardware in place is where the guys can go out, myself, the inspector would go out, and everything's on an iPad. And part of the deal is come up with a common database that police, fire, we can all share what's going on in code compliance, what's going on. We go out and do an inspection, the builder can go online, the electrician go online, and he gets an email, here's your inspection. He's not picking up the phone and calling, did you leave a tag? We all have that data there electronically. We can all, access to the proper channels.
You know if we'll have the ability to import our legacy records?
It depends on which software we go with. There's some of them that can and some of them that cannot. If I remember right at this point, one of them that we've looked at, they have that capability, but there's also a price tag that comes on. And the program that they're offering is not exactly what we're looking for. So
Understood.
as soon as we see one that we truly like, we're hindered by something else they can't do or will do. So we're having to find that happy median that's going to benefit our citizens and our customers that are coming in wanting to build here.
Thank you. That's all I have.
And I'm with Austin on this one. I'd like to go ahead and wean Shield off and Safe Built as well. I'm not very happy with some of the things they've done in the past and with our city and our developments. So I guess the faster we can wean them off, the better. Where are we on the UDC and comp plan RFPs and RFQs?
We do have, it's written. We had to make a couple adjustments where you guys were wanting to compound them together. We have that and we're ready to move forward with it. So we should be able to get it advertised and get it out there and start getting the qualifications back. I want to say probably the next 45 days, give or take a little bit, but it's ready to rock and roll. Well, it's going to have to be advertised for 30 days. And just,
I was just like, if we're ready to
Yeah.
rock and roll, why is it gonna take 45 days?
Mhm.
Okay, sorry, had a blonde moment. Have a lot of those. But everything on community development, I really don't have a problem with. I would actually request the legacy systems. That is a software that you do go with. The reason why is because when you're trying to look up something on our website or even in the city and it's from, I don't know, 2012, good luck. So I'm looking forward for that. Yeah. But that's all I have.
Is there any other comments, questions?
Just a quick one. The 4 staff that you have, and that's included in the salaries on the budget. Are those filled right now or are you looking to fill those or
So again, first one's common sense me, who's
that's
wearing
you?
both hats. Building inspection, code compliance, we have an existing individual in Public Works.
Okay.
That's wearing multiple hats. We haven't officially put him there yet,
Okay,
but because he's wearing multiple hats, that's gonna be the transition. As you see,
Gotcha.
we'll go to the Public Works deal. The permit clerk is in place. And we were trying to find an existing application for administrative assistant. We're fixing to go out and advertise for that one. So
okay, so that's
basically, to
really
answer
the
your
only
question,
one.
everything more or less filled is been looking for a good administrative. And
Okay,
again, a real strong administrative assistant. I can help with the EDC project, keeping me in line, all the help work with some of these grants. I mean, we want to do a lot more outside this budget we haven't even talked about yet,
I
above and
understand.
beyond.
100%.
Yeah.
Very thankful that you're here.
Thank you. So I'm gonna skip over this screen and come back to it. This is where I'm gonna really need Daryl's and Ann's help. And you can see from all these balloons, all these different moving targets that I'm really excited to be part of. But the quick visual has been kind of been touched on. And again, it's a unique situation. You go to a larger city, you're hired just as a backhoe operator. You have all these specific job descriptions. The proposed staff is what I have basically when I take the one away, 3.65 current. Is we have Stan, who's been with the city forever, and his role and morphing, I use the term morphing up into is his goal is to work on the streets, identifying streets, with street inventory, meet with homeowners on public works related stuff, potholes. I mean, I got a gentleman he's fixing to go meet with, has some concern. We go out there, he paints it out, we go out and get our bids, and part of the deal is getting contractors on board. That's when I first being interviewed with Daryl is, we don't have the equipment and staff to run all this heavy equipment. We go out for bids and get reasonable prices per quantities. That's part of our street projects. We got bids on quantities. We have so much in the budget to go out to do so many square feet of road, so many square feet of paving. We identify those as we go through that funds. We need more. We'll have to come back for budget adjustment. So back on the current staff, Stan's been here with us almost 30 years, I think. He left and came back. We have another young gentleman, George, who we've worked with. He's kind of go-to. We spent a lot of money on landscaping and parks and stuff. We want to get him up to speed on, he's kind of my go-to guy. And as we say this, all these people are cross-trained. He's to keep these irrigation systems going. We have all this landscaping we do on the parkway, keeping the fountain looking good, keeping the clock. And again, my code enforcement / building inspection, just like I did, will overlap. They'll work together on why's the electricity broke, they're cross-trained, so all this stuff can, well, George is out, we can't fix the sprinkler system, and that don't work. We gotta have people cross-trained that can take care of all this stuff together. And then we have a real strong administrative assist down there that helps with all the paperwork, the invoices, et cetera. And then we have a part-time individual who, again, works 30 hours a week, and he takes care of going around the parks, picking up trash, mowing and stuff. And again, the good news is, for us, it hasn't rained. The bad news, it hadn't rained, is at some point, we're gonna start growing. Stuff's gonna start growing. I'm trying to keep as much stuff within reason in-house to save costs on outside contractors, but outside, just like we touch base on the community development budget, is be reasonable when we spend money on outsource. So we don't need to be mowing dead grass. We, instead of paying to mow grass, we have money in the budget, maybe we need to do some tree trimming. There's another area that we need to fix. If the grass only grew this much, we don't need to mow it every week. Let's go do something extra that's going to benefit and be long lasting. So kind of that's on the staff side. And again, this is just real quick bullet points for sake of time that Ann had me. Review our infrastructure needs. You're talking about the community development, the development plan. We've got to have a foundation. You can't master plan a city without knowing what utilities are there and the cost to get those utilities there. Where we have stormwater, ensure our storm drains are clear. We have proper drainage. That's part of keeping clean waterways, part of requirements through TCEQ. And that's part of why we have a stormwater fee and a stormwater program. Identify our thoroughfare needs. That's from fixing existing streets to looking at alignments of new streets. We're looking at Little Road eventually going through some of these other streets. We have an older thoroughfare plan that showed a lot of streets that would really not be built, but we need to identify what roads do we need to fix, kind of get a schedule, timeline. This road in just 5 years, this year's road 10 years. Not fix roads and go back and tear up for utilities. We just put a new road in, but now we got to dig it up for water and sewer. Maintain existing that should have been parks and look for opportunities for improvement. One thing I'm very proud, we were involved with building the Town Center Plaza and Rogers Farm and Sonora Park, and it's good to see the community uses that. It does my heart good to see when you see a young family walking over with a kid from the neighborhood. Kind of repeat myself again, street maintenance and repair. Again, in the department, we kind of help with this facility maintenance where we don't outsource on this basic changing out filters and light bulbs. And again, we've been hot weather. The guys can't be out in 100-degree heat. So the first thing they did was paint my office. They've cleaned things up. So too hot to work, too cold, they're going to stay busy working on facilities, working on vehicles, et cetera. Keeping city looking beautiful. And again, that's building relationship. We're trying to lead by example and clean things up. But then you get engaged with the property. And we've got your front of property looking nice. You get it cleaned up. But once you go out there and keep it clean and walk across the street, walk down the street. Let's get, we got 100 businesses instead of 2 or 3 public works employees. If we get 100 businesses adopting their area and taking pride in it. And actually, I was eating lunch today and the gentleman at the Chicken Express, he's out there picking up trash. I go, thank you. Appreciate it. Makes it, yeah, it looks bad. Let's get that same visual for the whole city. Oversee and assist with special events, which is like Kid Fish, again, getting me up to speed, Bark in the Park. I'm very excited about what Daryl and city staff and EDC and everybody's engaged with the Christmas tree lighting. Again, it's keeping people, it kind of goes back to our model. You're here, your home is to keep existing people here and bringing out town and bring sales tax to the community. And then, hey, I didn't know that was in Cannondale. And then this general environmental cleanup of having an environmental cleanup day that we do, which is like our cleanup day for hazardous waste and stuff. So that's a quick visual on that. And that's where I'm gonna need Daryl's help and everybody's help is, I don't know if we want to go through all these pages tonight because it would take forever, but this is our general public works related funds. We have 17 street maintenance personnel. That's the fund. So that's street maintenance, personnel, parks, roads, drainage. There's $1 million, and correct me if I'm wrong, Daryl, I am, is we have a park dedication fund, 14, that these are numbers that we're looking at spending. That was just for pavers, is on budget 10, water sewer fund, payments to city of Arlington, city of Fort Worth, internal expense for water and sewer. You see that 4.5 million. Jumping across, you have your water impact fees, which we're going to really go back and look and be sure our impact fees are up to date. We're properly charging them and collecting where we need to. You have the stormwater utility fund, which is your monthly fee on your water bill for stormwater. Tree restoration, where people go out and take trees down, or instead of putting trees, they put money in that fund. Sewer impact fees, same as a water impact. You have park and other donations, and then the roadway impact fees. So I don't know if y'all want me to try to go through every one of these sheets, or was there a particular question on any areas on, I mean, there's a lot of sheets to go through at 9 o'clock at night. Particular questions, because you have one page that is your stormwater utility fund. Most of the stuff you're gonna see on this, there's no big capital item. What Ann and specifically Ann did and Daryl did for me is everything's pretty well based on existing histories on paying Arlington. So you have the stormwater utility fund, which is a typical regular fee, regular expenditures. You have the water and sewer, and you see all the different things that go on that. Most of these numbers are based on history. You have the park dedication of area. And again, just 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 days. I know there's areas that we still want to look at that we can bring back to you and over the next few months as we work together and go forward. You have the street improvement fund, which was page 33, correct? And you have page 34, which is your parks and other donations, impact fees for roadways. You have page 36, which is water impact fund. You have page 37, sewer impact fund. This tree restoration fund, that's something we're gonna be more proactive on. We have a tree ordinance that says when you cut down a certain tree without permission, you gotta reimburse the city. So we've got to be more proactive on that and doing our tree surveys and being sure they comply with that ordinance. So really, I think, help me out, Ann, our true working budget is on page 31. And we have salaries, which mine's kind of combined across two departments. Going back to the staff. Too far. Basically, the staff and any other than the salaries you talked about earlier, that's part of the struggle is, trying to get a guy with a CDL license, and the pool's just not out there anymore like they used to be. And a lot of our work is hot, dirty work. I can go work at Amazon and air conditioning. I can go work at Buc-ee's. And then so we're trying to be more creative and get equipment that doesn't require CDLs. Pay the guys decent salaries to keep them on board. But you're asking for all these different hats these individuals having to wear. You've got basically, take out the clerical person, you got 8.65 people trying to mow all the right of ways in the city. And we do have some contract mowing here, but we're going to again try to be reasonable on what we're spending on that and going out for bids, but we're still going to have that. Okay. So with that said, that page 31's the general budget for operation of the department. Is there a particular question in any area on any page? I know it's a lot of pages, a lot of area, and a lot of going back to this. There's a lot out there that's been ongoing projects.
So I'd like to take everyone's attention and turn it to page 34 if you can, if you want to. And I'm so glad you're standing up there. And as everyone in this room knows, I'm a very huge proponent of our parks.
Right.
Huge. I still don't see our splash pad. It needs to be upgraded badly. I'm sorry, it just needs to be. It's not, it's well over, it's over 10 years old. I think it's about 12 years old now. So what I'd like to see is 3 line items added on page 34. One is for Railroad Park, one is for the splash pad, and the other one is for the ball fields. I want all of the parks in their own separate page. Instead of it being mixed in, I want parks in one page so I can actually look at it and actually find it all. Because Railroad Park was supposed to be built back in, what was it, 2018? Is that when it was supposed to be started, Ken?
The reason the Railroad Park was the time that the chairman of the Parks Board didn't want to spend any money on a park when the other parks infrastructure was failing.
Okay,
So
so
we wanted to concentrate on the parks before we build a new park.
Yeah, I brought this forward back in February and I was told to table it at that time. I brought it back again. I think it was like maybe 2 months later. I was told to table it again at that time. I'm done tabling the parks. We have a park dedication fund. We need to use those funds and start upgrading those facilities. So this is going to go in the park and other donations. It's actually not going to be spent towards Railroad Park or anything like that. These are donations for those specific areas. And I would like 3 line items added there if I could. Go ahead.
Well, now these aren't donations in Fund 41.
Okay.
And the reason why you don't see all the parks in one place is because there's different buckets of money that have to be kept separate. So donations would be in Fund 41.
That's what I said. Fund 41, parks and other donations.
Okay, but there's very little money in Fund 41.
Mhm.
Fund 14, however, is where we have park money that is from when developers come into the city, they're charged a park fee.
Yeah.
And so that park fee goes into Fund 14.
Okay.
Currently, and it's shown on page 11 or 12 in your book, there is fund balance associated with Fund 14 and also associated cash. So at September 30th of last year, I think it was about $650,000
Now
in
it's
fund
well over
balance and
700.
cash, and it's currently grown to about $700,000. So for what James is asking for, an upgrade to the splash pad, a railroad park, and baseball field upgrades, there is currently money available. However, I need to have full disclosure in that we have been looking for a 2006 survey that was done by the engineering firm at the time that provided for this park fee revenue to come in. And to date, I don't know that there's been very many expenditures going out because there isn't an ordinance associated with expenditures for this money. So that there's a process that needs to take place, correct, City Manager? That we need to go back and confirm the park fee revenue. Then council would have to pass an ordinance, and then we would be able to spend the money. So if you want to go ahead and include the line item now that you're requesting for, we can include those line items. And then once the process has taken place, then we could spend the money for those items. And because the items that you're asking for are above a $25,000 or a $50,000 threshold, it would probably need to go through a bid process. And we would do it after we get the RFP with the successful engineering firm on board, because this would be a new project. And so then there'd be a sealed bid process, and then the bids would come before council for that. So for you to add those line items into the budget would be just fine at this point in time. It would have no impact on Fund 1. We would still have a balanced budget, and we would not be using any reserves from Fund 1 or Fund 10 or from Fund 17.
And that's fine. Like I said, I'm done putting my parks on hold. I'm disabled, or I'm considered disabled. I use these parks on a very frequent basis. I walk those parks and the baseball fields are atrocious. I saw some kids playing out on the splash pad this summer, and it was just, we need more out there, or it just needs to be upgraded. And I know some of my colleagues on this board, up on this body, don't care about parks. They really don't. I do. I want those line items added, please. Thank you.
James, it is a priority for us. And I hate to say, keep going back to it, it becomes an image. If we're going to improve our image, then we have to have product that people are going to be proud of and want to use. We have roughly the $700,000 to be able to go improve that. Once we get an ordinance that we can spend it, I can assure you that we'll put it in these funds and we can budget for that and we can make it happen.
And this man over here gave me every bit of information on a 2018 study that they did. And I have every single solitary inch of that paperwork still. And I just keep, it's literally sitting in a file folder and I just keep going back and looking at it going, when?
I asked for it for 3 months ago. So if you have it, please bring it to me.
I have it.
And
He has
we
it.
can move forward.
He has it. I have it.
I just.
And I
Please
gave,
bring it
well,
to me.
yeah, he has it. I have it. I gave it to Leslie. God only knows what she did with it. But I'm tired
Please,
of
if you have
tabling it.
it, we can move forward.
Yeah, it was put on the agenda in February and we were told to table it at that time. I brought it back in May and I was told at that time again to table it. I'm
So
done
you had
tabling
a
it.
a survey has been completed.
It's been done by Shield. There are prices for the products that are going to be needed. Everything's been vetted already. It just needs to get done. The funding needs to get done and we have the funding to do it. It's just that we don't want to move forward on it because there are other priorities, I guess.
There's no other priorities besides to improve our image. And
Yeah,
that is a huge part of it. And if you have a survey
And-
that's been completed, because I have not been able to find that survey,
most of it.
we can have an ordinance completed.
Most of it encompasses Sonora and only Sonora. The only thing that is there that I really want built, and it's just for my own satisfaction, is Railroad Park. If you look on Google Maps right now and you go over to North Road, there's a marker there for Railroad Park already.
Because the survey that I'm looking for is actually a survey that indicated what the costs associated
I have it.
to a fund for a developer to come in. Any part, it doesn't matter.
We
Just
have,
one park, it doesn't matter.
he
It's
has it.
I got everything from what it's gonna cost to put a canopy.
Yep.
on top of the splash pad.
No, that's not what I'm looking for. I don't need a bid process. I need a survey indicating that basically we have went out and surveyed a bid process is saying this is what we can charge a builder to come in and build a park. For instance,
That's going to be a 2006 survey. That is what I think Ann is looking for right now. Because I called her about this last night.
okay, once we get the survey, I can assure you we'll move forward. And it may be at the point that we have to start over. Unfortunately, if that's the case, we can get the survey done and we can do that.
I'm thinking there's something in 2017 or maybe 28 where we increase the
So
so that might fall under that ordinance.
needless to say, I just want the 3 line items added. It is about
We can
creating
do
an
that.
image. I want the 3 line items added. And eventually, I don't care if it's 10 years from now, Railroad Park will get built.
Well, we can put a line item for each park itself. That way we can generate what we're wanting to do. Obviously, this go around, if we're able, we can do that and we can make it accessible on any park. And next year, for sure, we can identify exactly what you're wanting done and we can budget for that.
Okay. That works for me. Thank you.
From my understanding, a survey is basically you'll go to other entities indicating what their park fund or park fees are. To indicate this, if a developer comes in, I'll use Magnolia Hills, for example, they built a park, but in the same concept, they also gave us a park fee. So each resident paid $1,200 to this fee. And we have to have a survey saying, basically, is that fair and reasonable? So that's the survey that I'm looking for. And as long as we're okay and we have that, man, we're gold. We can go anywhere we want to with it. But if you have that, please bring it to me. I'll come and get it.
I'll bring you everything I have.
Okay.
Any other comments?
Just have one comment. I don't know anyone on this board that it's not pro parks or that we haven't had conversations about the importance of parks. I think it's the priority of what we do with the money to the different parks that we need to have a conversation with at another time. But the timeline is the discussion amongst council. It's not about what one person wants in the priority, is we decide together the priority and to move it to a different time is because this is a budget time and that park dedication fund, that 700,000 is not in this budget. So we can talk about parks as a whole. We can have it as a work session agenda item where we talk about parks. We bring in that
We did that back in
document,
February. I was told to
that
table it.
document. And then we go, but now we have the money, we have a city manager. We haven't been able to do anything because we haven't had a city manager. We've had a city manager 2 months. So now we have a city manager, we can pull together them, and now we know we have money that was surprisingly found. No one even knew that money was in there. If you go back and look at the budget from last year, it's not even documented. So now we know we have it, because I'm very passionate about the parks as well. I'm very excited to get our parks up to stuff, up to a point where we can, as a community, come together and use it.
I'm done with putting it done. I'm just done with putting it off. I'm not tabling it anymore. I mean, if I have to get a second to put it on every agenda from here to December, I will.
City Manager Hall, you're up next, and if you'll allow me to, I'd like to flip your slides for you. I guess not.
I'm going to extend it. So first, thank you for being here already 3.5 hours. And as you can tell, we definitely have some great team, great experts in their field, and they've done an excellent job tonight to present to you what our community and our citizens, our visitors, whoever that wants to come and be a part of us, they have prepared a budget to do that. And I'm very proud of each one of them that's done it. You've had a little piece of hand. You'll get some more after my little spill. But I'm going to present 3 of them. There'll be city secretary, city managers, and the mayors and the EDC. So it's 4. I'll go as fast as I can, but Ann's going to have to work with me a little bit. As you can see, representing the city as a whole, we've already talked about our parks, which is Sonora Park. We had City Hall, obviously the Chamber of Commerce building, 9/11, another entry to our city with our city of Cannondale and our town center park, which is representing a lot of our discussion that we just had. It is an image, and what are we going to do? We want a positive image of who we are, which is a representation of you. Our citizen elected you guys to do this, and I have followed what your vision is, and I'll continue to do the same thing. And obviously, that's the reason why we're here tonight. It's to present to you what we believe will make us move forward and have a positive influence on our community as a whole. All right, city manager's budget. For the most part, this budget, proposed budget, is not much different than what it was last year. Some of the numbers have adjusted basically on some of the salary range, so you'll see an increase on that. Overall, part of it is the motor vehicle maintenance is in there, which is in lieu of my salary part for my contract. We took it out of that and actually put it into a line item. So you're seeing an increase in that concept of it. Everything else is pretty much standard across the board. Is there any questions in regards to that?
I've got one for you.
Okay.
Assistant city manager. I don't see anything being requested for a budget for that position.
You can definitely be ready for it for next year.
Okay.
Give me an
Talking the
opportunity.
24 budget or the 23 budget?
It will be in the 23-24 budget. Give me an opportunity to get in, see exactly what we have, get our team put together, and let us see if we can start moving forward. And at that point, obviously, we'll bring it back for the council to be able to move forward with that if needed.
Okay. Just want to make sure that that's on your radar.
Let me make a comment if I may, sir.
Sure.
The way this thing is set up, if we need to move some money, we've got money to move. And in the case of if the workload becomes so heavy and it's getting close, if it becomes so heavy that we have to have a assistant in here, we can handle it. Ask the lady that knows over there. So it really does us no good. Well, let me just shut up. I'll just cease it that way.
Give me an
Money's there.
opportunity, and if it's something that presents itself, we can go forward at that moment.
10-4, I just want to make sure that you have the resources you need to be
Absolutely.
successful.
City Secretary, from last year's budget to the current budget, there's not a whole lot changed on it. Obviously, as you can tell, I like to feed and give drinks to our employees. So there's another one in the City Secretary budget. This one's limited to 300. A lot of that is just honestly is in-house, dealing with you guys as well. You'll have a little funds in yours that's coming up. But there's truly not a whole lot of difference in this budget either. Leslie has generated that budget last year. Everything seems to be where it needs to be. There is an increase in the salary, but other than that, there's no other increase. Any questions?
I see that we've got 9,500 budgeted for Laserfish software that we weren't previously carrying, and we've got another 5K budgeted for Civic Plus. Were those software packages being carried elsewhere in prior years? Or what's
The
story there?
Laserfish is basically is pretty much where we scan all of our documents, and so we can keep a digital copy of it. The Civic Plus is doing the council meetings. It's a program that controls and helps that. I don't know if the Laserfish, I believe it's always been in the city secretary.
Okay, yeah, I just wasn't sure because on the 2021 actual, that's I didn't see anything in year 2021
I got you.
or 22.
Yeah, it's there.
Okay.
Yeah. The mayor and city council proposed budget. For the most part, some of the things that we added was printed supply. And that's for advertising, your shirts, pins, things like that to represent who you are. And for our citizens and business corporations, training, seminars, conferences, for you to amplify who you are and where you're from. As you can tell, it's another $100 for drinks for the jury room. One of the things that you'll see on the special services is where our current year, the SGR, we utilize their service to find me, which I was here the whole time. But thank you for allowing me to go through that process. It was very beneficial for me, and I'm very grateful for it.
Sure was.
Well, I'll try to keep y'all from having to do that again. So just to let you know. Also, you can also see on special events, it was added $8,000 for volunteer and board member banquet. It's important for you guys to make sure you know your boards are representing you as well. They're out gathering the information for you to be able to make a better decision for our citizens and our community. And once again, the 8,000 is probably a little high, but I want to make sure we're able to basically tell them thank you. And once again, probably give them a meal and something to drink. But I think it's important that we show their appreciation of who they are and what they're doing for our community in return is what they're doing for you. We need to show them appreciation as well.
Would it be possible to add to the general office supplies line item some funds to
I
get
was-
new chairs for up here?
Gonna say that.
Yes.
Please do.
We've been talking about it for a couple of months.
Now's the
and-
time.
And we're closer to the end of the budget. I do not want to go over budget, so. But once I get about 2 or 3 grand, we're gonna have some new chairs.
Thank you.
Make it a phone. I thought I asked for like some kind of telecommunication device so I don't have to use my own.
Oh, absolutely. Good. There's a couple different ways we can do that. We do have phones available with their iPhones. And that is something that we can add. So if you have an interest, and I truly encourage you to get a city cell phone. That way, only open records requests, anything that's associated with the business of city of Cannondale, we can utilize one phone and we don't have to go to your personal phone and gather that information.
Because trust me, there's things in here people don't need to see.
Once again, we can add this to the budget. And if you have an interest, and once again, I do encourage you to get a city cell phone. I think it'll be very beneficial for you.
Like I said, I don't think people want to see my kitty cat or my dog. So I would prefer one.
I can assure you, I don't like it either.
I'd be keeping up with 3.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
I would prefer one because like I said, I don't, yeah. I would prefer people call me on a different line than my personal cell phone. Because sometimes I don't know the person or the phone number and I answer, I said, yeah. That's the way I answer my phone sometimes. So unless I know who you are.
That capability is there and we can do that. So that will be there at your option.
Who's our service provider?
AT&T or net, something,
It's AT&T FirstNet.
FirstNet.
Which is a state contract for first. And because we have first responders, the whole city calls. And you can have either an iPhone or a Samsung. And if you would like a phone, please.
What's your email?
Lemire@cityofcannondale.com.
Yeah, we've been here too long already, haven't we? Yeah. Any questions? Okay. Oh, I guess I need a EDC. Well, this is, I've had 2 meetings with the EDC, so this is very similar to what you've already seen. And I'll allow Ann to emphasize a little bit more on the budget wise of our 1.7 million that we have in that account that you approved for me to get 100,000 of it for our, in a sense, our hometown, Cannondale hometown Christmas. But with some of the other things that I want to, you'll see that it's been added as well. Advertising for a city commercial. This is coming out of the EDC budget. One, to open the door for somebody that's Googling City of Cannondale, somebody that has an interest in building here, coming here to live, work, play, whatever their interest in Cannondale, and they Google us, this is something they can see that what we have to offer as a city. And for guys that you guys like, it's coming out of the EDC money. But it's something that we're promoting the city once again in a positive image that's going to increase who we are. And that's what we want to sell as a positive influence.
I've got a couple of questions for you regarding the EDC budget. So a couple of months ago, we had discussed small business incentives coming through from the EDC. Do we have anything carried in here for that?
It will be. One of the things on our last EDC meeting, we ended up having to table it. So currently it's not in here, but we're looking at a 15 to 20,000 incentive for new businesses to come in and be able to build for us. It has not necessarily went through the EDC. They ended up tabling it last month. Unfortunately, I just wasn't able to put it in here, but it has been discussed in that manner. I hate to speak for the EDC and that concept, but I think it's very promising that we'll be able to move forward with that concept.
As one board member of the EDC, you already have a vote here because I think our businesses do need a little bit more incentive sometimes just to open up shop.
Absolutely. Some of the vision with it is, and I'll use the town center for example. Craig Hughes is in the process of another building. My vision is to have him have like a pre-lease incentive that he knows when this thing's built in 1 year, we have a pre-lease, and as soon as it's built, they can move in, and we're not having to go out and promote this to get them to come in. And hopefully that will give him incentive enough to build the other building in the same concept.
The other question that I had, I see under the special events category, we have $100,000 earmarked for the Christmas event, which we talked about earlier this evening. But in addition to that, also a couple of months ago, we talked about holding a city barbecue competition either later this fall. And I don't see any additional special event funds available for an event similar to that.
That's probably not going to be in the current. We also have money and the other funds to be able to do that, to have that same process take place. I have not heard back from the racetrack at this point. However, I still have not showed up Saturday night to talk to the owner. It's probably about 5 or 6 weeks ago. I made the phone call, but I still haven't got any call back. And that's what I indicated. I was going to go up on the Saturday, and I just have not made it up there yet.
Councilman Mitchell, is that something that you can assist with, sir? Thank you.
I think we got good contacts with it. I don't know if it's just that he got busy or what. But even the promoters out there, they're all, I think they're all in line for it. I don't think they have anything against it by any means. Yeah, absolutely. They want to be involved with us. Yeah. Well, we are.
Well, and I know these things take time to plan, and we were targeting mid-November. and
November.
Here we are, mid-August, and clock's ticking.
Yeah.
So, very good, sir. Carry on.
Some other things that I'm looking at that's also not on here, even though there's not necessarily a price tag associated with it. However, it could be. In the past, I've done the traffic counts for our city streets and knowing what our traffic count is coming through. The equipment that we have is not up to date. So we'll be looking at possibly either replacing that equipment so we can continue to do our traffic counts, or North Texas Council of Governments also do that same service. I don't know if you noticed or not, but we do have a counter that's out here on the Parkway, and that's going to be from COG. I put a phone call in today to see possibly who may have asked for that, so we can be in contact. But I'm going to ask COG to be able to come out and do the same thing for us. In the past, I've always done a week at a time. Generally, COG comes out as 1 or 2 days, but that doesn't really give us a true count of what's coming through. So that's something to come out. Some of the things that our public safety has indicated, they've asked for a marshal, and they also asked for an officer. Some of the reasonings behind that, we're talking about our population. We're roughly hitting about 9,800 at a given time, but during the day, something to note is our population actually increases. So if we have an average of 17 to 20,000 cars a day that comes up and down the Parkway, that's generating more people that we have to police, more people we're having to serve in that concept. We do have two apartment complexes coming in. We have a new development coming in at the apartments on Joplin. All those are generating calls, they're all generating people, which in return, we have to give that service to them on the public safety side. So to take that in consideration on some of the things they're asking for, because it does make a difference and it goes back to our image. Are we having a 3-minute response or are we going to fall back and have a 7 or 8-minute response? The traffic controls that or is involved in that. So if we're responding, say from up here at QT and we have to go to the apartments on Alta, if we're only running, I'm going to pick on the police, that's what I know at this point. You have 3 officers and we're on a major event, that 4th one could make a huge difference. Same thing with the fire. If they're already on a call and we have another one come out, their mutual aid is extremely important. That Marshal could play a huge role in that also, going out and commanding something or responding when in his vehicle that he has. So there's a lot of benefits in reference to the personnel that they're asking for and what our growth is coming forward. We also have Magnolia Hills Phase 1 that's come through. Phase 2 will be coming for you guys here shortly, for you to guys put a vote on. All these little projects that we have that's taking place generate people. So our population may, at night when we're all asleep, hitting about 10,000 people. But during the day, we're probably more likely looking anywhere from 15 to 20,000. You look at our employment rates. We have some big people that come in and bring employees. The school district's one of them. Everybody knows that every morning, and every afternoon, we have about a 30-minute span that we have the western side of Arlington bringing their kids here. So we have that traffic comes in. That's all plays a role in what they're asking, what we're asking for on the public safety side. To take that in consideration, that's where this, I'll talk about this traffic count. Gives us a better idea actually what our population is during the day and when we're sleeping. And as we continue to grow, the entertainment aspect, when we get the Christmas tree, I truly looking that we're going to have, it's going to be double from what we've been in the past. That's going to generate public safety. It's going to generate a lot of positive things for us. Same thing with the library. As you can see, everything that the the directors are talking about is all community driven. Everything we're doing is surrounded by our community and what we have to offer to them. Some of these things we haven't had in the past. For whatever reason, it doesn't matter because we're looking for the future and we got to be prepared for it. So when we're asking for these items to come up, it's because we're doing it for our community and that's what they're asking for. As you know, the senior citizens have asked for multiple things. What Elizabeth was provided you today is exactly what they asked for. And we were able to do that within our budget. That's a positive thing. We have a lot of activities that's scheduled for them every day of the week and 2 meals. They may not want to accept that, but it's there for them. And we'll give it a try and see what it is. Same thing with the library. There's activities that bring people here every day. And sometimes we don't see that, but it's there. And it's the same thing going to any of the restaurants here. Sometimes we don't notice it, but they're here. And generally our public safety are the first ones that see them. Okay. Any questions?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So the last department in the general fund, and then we'll cover the next 30 funds in the next 500 slides, is the finance department. So what I've done is I've listed all the things that the finance organization does for the citizens of Cannondale. The court, we receive payments through accounts receivable. We pay our suppliers. We negotiate contracts. We pay our employees. We process accounting and close the books. We take care of investment transactions. We do the budget on behalf of council and the mayor and the city manager. We purchase items. We process the mail. We take care of all the computers and the phones in the city and the audit. And you can read our mission. I'm not going to read it to you. I started to prepare all the numbers and the stats for how many checks we issue and how many people we pay. And I thought, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to tell you, these are the things that we handle for you. And so the employees that we have, and these employees are very valuable assets of the city. Tanisha Sherman, who is your accountant. Wanda Jackson handles admin, normal admin activities for the office, the mail and daily cash receipts. Christine Say, our newest employee, she's been with us for about 3 weeks now, handles accounts payable and payroll. Bertha Vendell is our court administrator and social media assistant. And I'm asking in this budget for an additional person. Whenever Bertha is out, we have nobody who can handle payments at the window with people who come in to pay for a warrant or a ticket. And so we really need an additional person who can handle court. Additionally, our wonderful police department, and you heard about their increasing numbers of tickets, are now turning into an increasing number of warrants and citations that need to be paid through the window. So I'm asking for an additional court clerk to handle transactions through the court. We do use 3 different computer systems, and we maintain these procedures that are shown on the slide, the policies shown on the slide, and these are available on the city website. To do all of these items for the city, we're requesting a budget of $509,000, and we show the breakdown here. And it is a 5% increase over last year. And most of the increase is related to our software packages and to the contracts that we have internally. There are 3 major contracts that we have. One is for the audit for the city, and the audit cost is going up because of the single audit component. If you receive more than $500,000 in grant funds, you're required to have a single audit. And just the CARES Act funding put us over that limit. Additionally, we have a contract with the Tarrant County Appraisal District to perform appraisals for the properties within the city, and a contract with Tarrant County to handle the tax collection services for the city. Are there any questions on the finance budget specifically before I move on? And so you'll notice in the tagline, there's a nickel. And normally that would be a penny. And that's because, as these guys know behind me, I watch every penny, and your finance organization watches every penny that within the city. And we take every penny seriously. But tonight, a nickel is going to become very important. So I changed it to a nickel. So for the next 30 slides or so, which I'll try to go through fast, I'm going to present some items that are in the budget that we haven't talked about previously as part of our operation in Fund 1 for the city. So we're asking, this budget proposes 75.8 full-time equivalent personnel, and we've listed the personnel here. Currently, we have 62.8, And then to be determined are 13 personnel. Some of those are current positions that are vacant that we're looking to fill. An example being our city secretary. There's actually a plus up of 3 positions from last year's budget. Those 3 positions are 1 additional police officer, 1 additional fire marshal, and a court clerk. So moving on to the tax rate, our current tax rate is 76 cents per $100 valuation. And there is a calculation sheet posted on our website that calculates our no new revenue rate, which would be 69 cents per $100 valuation. Voter approval rate is 43 cents per $100 valuation, and the de minimis rate is 70 cents per $100 valuation. There are 2 components of our tax rate, the maintenance and operation rate and the interest and sinking rate, and then the total tax rate. So this proposed budget proposes that there's a 5.7 cent decrease per $100 valuation. That's the nickel. That's very important. In talking to each one of you as council members, you have said that the most important thing that you wanted your city manager and me to incorporate into the proposed budget was a decrease in taxes. And we believe that we've done that for the citizens. Also, as I travel throughout the city and I talk to our citizens, they tell me the same thing, that they would like to see a decrease in taxes. So I'm very proud to say that we present you a budget tonight with a nickel decrease in proposed tax rate. So as an example, if there's $100,000 property and there's a 76-cent tax rate, which we had last year, that would be $764 in tax for 2022. For this year, with the proposed tax rate that this budget is built on of 70 cents per $100 valuation, you could have an 8% increase in the property valuation and still pay the same $764 in tax. So moving on to, we've talked a lot about Fund 1, which is our maintenance and operation fund. And if I go back one slide, when we talk about the 23 proposed tax rate, the maintenance and operation portion is 56 cents. And then the interest and sinking portion is 13 cents. The total of the two is the 70-cent tax rate. So as property taxes come in and those are booked into our accounting ledger, 56 cents of that 70 cents goes into the general fund, which pays for all the things that you've heard about, the police and the fire, the library, the senior center, so forth and so on. So there's also a portion that goes towards debt service. And when I put together the debt service portion of the budget, we currently need $1.6 million to pay debt service in 2023. There is a transfer that comes in from Fund 10 for the Dick Price Road of $104,000. And so if I look at, I need 1.6 million and I decrease that by 100,000 for the transfer in from streets, I only need 1.5 million. And in looking at our current available fund balance that's been built up over the years, there's $650,000 there. And I would recommend to council that you approve use of 200,000 of that fund balance so that instead of needing 1.5 million from tax revenue, we would need 200,000. And so this budget is based on bringing in 1.3 million in tax revenue, which equates to the 13 cents of property tax. You might be hearing a beep right now, and that beep is related to this panel over here on the right behind Councilwoman Joplin. And the beeping is a battery and it will stop in about a minute. there is no harm to anybody in the room from the beeping of this panel. So this slide here is related to the calculation of the tax rate for the interest and sinking fund needing 13 cents to pay the debt related to bonds, related to tax payments in 2023. And this slide here talks about how I'm looking at 1.3 million in property tax revenues, investment income coming in, the 104,000 transfer from the street fund. Projected revenue will be 1.4 to pay 1.6 in debt, which means we'll use 200,000 of existing fund balance to cover the difference. In terms of the general fund and the debt service fund, if you look on pages 11 and 12 in your book, and for those online, the book is posted as the proposed 22 budget under the finance department section of the online city website. What is being proposed tonight is a balanced budget for Fund 1, so that everything that you heard from these directors is built into this budget. And I will tell you, it's not everything that's on their wish list, because they had a lot more wish items that they wanted. But when we prioritized it and I built in the top priority items that we were able to cover with this balanced budget, that's what you heard tonight. In terms of the debt service item, Fund 2, you'll notice that there's a red figure. And Councilman Connor, I know that you always tell me that you don't like red figures. In this case, the red figures that are on your summary tab represent items where we're expecting to use existing fund balance. And so here in Fund 2, and I'll go back a page, I've just walked you through the calculations to get to that $200,000 that you're seeing in red, that I ask that you approve in this proposed budget. In terms of general fund revenues, this budget is expecting that the M&O portion of property tax revenues will raise $5.5 million. And that's 51% of the general fund budget. There's also a sales tax component, and sales tax that's projected is about $2 million, which is about 19% of the general fund revenues. Transfers from other funds, which I'll show you in just a minute, are 1.2 million. And then there's grants, and then there's a slight component that's other. So the other, the major items are ambulance fees that are collected from the citizens that are transported via the ambulance. A lot of that is paid by their insurance payments, right, for ambulance transport. Then there's also community development fees, such as a business operations permit or an electrical permit. But it's all that permit revenue that's associated with development in our city. Other major sources of revenue by fund. For Fund 2, it's property taxes. And Fund 10 is water and sewer fees. Fund 15, the Economic Development Corporation, it's rental fees on the properties, and it's also sales tax revenue. Fund 17 for our street fund, we raise those revenues through franchise fees. And Fund 35 is our disaster recovery fund, and we are expecting an additional 1 million payment from CARES Act funding. There's also incorporated into this budget common cost allocation. So we only have 2 funds from which we pay salaries. The first one is our general fund, and that's where the city manager's budget's located and your finance director's budget's located. I provide services to every one of our funds. And so we built in, and this is nothing new for this budget year. We've done this every budget year, to where these funds will reimburse the general fund for the services that are provided, like myself and the city manager and some of the other departments. So I've listed the departments here that provide services to the other funds and then a percentage allocation back to the general fund. I've done the same thing for our street personnel fund at the bottom also. Page 65 lists all of the transfers that occur between the funds. So a lot of these transfers are related to this page 64 for the common cost allocation. There's a couple of other ones if we just start at the top. I've already mentioned that there's a transfer that exists for the Dick Price Road that goes into the debt service fund. That's $104,000. The next two transfers are related to the enterprise lease, where both the general fund and our street fund use vehicles, and we pay the enterprise lease out of a capital replacement fund. And so there's a transfer from that. The next three transfers are related to debt service. And then there's several transfers that are related to the schedule that I just showed you for common cost allocation. And there's a $10,000 transfer that exists between the roadway impact fund and the TIF fund, the New Hope TIF. I don't know why that transfer is being made. However, it was made in the prior 2 years. I went ahead and I put it in the budget and I asked for council's guidance on this transfer. If you think it should continue, we can leave it in the budget. Or if y'all are just as confused as I am as to why the transfer is occurring, we can remove it from the budget with your guidance. The next transfer is one dealing with the common cost allocation. And then the next transfer is for $155,000. And that is where the city is required to transfer the taxes related to the incremental property valuation for the TIF into the TIF fund. And it's not just the city that does that, but I send an invoice to our hospital district, to our community college district, and also to the county who levy taxes for that same area. And then those three entities also send a payment for that increment into the TIF. And that happens every April. The last three transfers on this list are related to the common cost allocation that we discussed earlier. So in talking about other funds, and these are funds that are not related to the general fund, not related to your debt service fund, and not related to the public works street funding. These are other funds that the city has available for resource needs. And so we talked about previously, Councilman Connor, I know that you've mentioned the streets several times. And so out of Fund 13, the Capital Bond Fund, there's 4.3 million designated for the purchase of the fire truck, the ambulance, and then public works projects to include street repairs. There's 3 million of that 14.3 million that's been set aside specifically for street repairs. So to tell you a little bit about what I see in history for the city and my vision for a finance department and guidance going forward is that previously it appears that the finance direction was to spend money from Fund 1, Fund 10, and Fund 17 first. And then if you needed any additional money, you would go to one of these other funds. So my finance direction is a little bit different. And my finance direction is, Councilman Dagenhart, if we want to have a barbecue championship, we don't go to Fund 1 to get the money for that, but we go to Fund 30. And if you look in your book, Fund 30 hasn't been budgeted previously, and Fund 30 is listed on page 50 of your book, and there is $10,000 budgeted for recreation that you won't see has been budgeted previously. That's your hotel motel tax fund, also known as hot tax or hot. So that money has been sitting there. It's available for recreation and tourism. And yet, because there hasn't been a line item in the budget, it's not visible that there's money available there to spend. So I would recommend that we use one of those two line items for the barbecue championship.
I love it. Let's go.
So my direction to these directors is, if we can use one of these other sources of funds, we're going to use that first. And then we're going to go hit Fund 1, Fund 10, or Fund 17 and tap those resources. And that way, I believe that we can have a balanced budget and we can have resources for infrastructure and for citizen needs like we've never had before. So it's a pleasure to present you with a $25.9 million balanced budget for Fund 1, Fund 10, Fund 17, that provides resources as needed, provides for infrastructure repairs, and provides for needs of our citizens. So what happens next? Well, there's a regular council meeting on August the 16th. And if you want additional information for this budget, you can put something on the agenda. You can provide guidance to your city manager, who's your budget officer, as to what you would like to see in this budget. And I have been taking notes as we've been discussing tonight. We need to post for a public hearing prior to August 26th. And then that public hearing, I believe, is set for September the 6th is when we're proposing it. So September the 6th will be the public hearing. If you would agree with the proposed budget that has a decrease in taxes, a tax rate, then you do not have to have a second public hearing. You only are required to have a second public hearing if you're increasing your tax rate. Then at the regular scheduled meeting on September 20th, I would hope that you would add an item to your agenda to approve your budget and approve your tax rate. And the budget and the tax rate go together so that the calculations that I have put in this budget are for the 70 cents, which is a decrease of 5.7 cents from your current tax rate. If there's a different tax rate, of course, the numbers would change and your budget would change, and I would make sure that it's all balanced for you. So at this point, that concludes our presentation. Thank you very much to my family of directors, and subject to any questions or guidance that you may have or want to provide.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions. I just have a comment. Finally, someone that knows what the hell they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have one question for you.
Mhm.
Look, in the past year, we've had several requests come before council for specifically vehicle related, whether it's a fire truck, ambulance, police cars, and other equipment, if you will, that have large price tags. I was wondering if we could go ahead and put in a capital asset replacement plan for all of the large bucket items so that we can start saving towards those replacements and they're not just coming out of the bottom line because we need it right now in the future.
So today is day 100 for me. And I agree with you that we need that. And I believe the city manager does too, because less than 5 hours ago, we were discussing that very issue. So this budget is built on the same finance guidance that was in the past,
Sure.
in that it only budgets for the current amount that we expect to spend with enterprise lease next year and the current amount that we expect for maintenance and repairs next year. But with us trying to get out of the current enterprise lease, we need to have a vehicle plan in place. So you are very correct that we need to do that. And I think it was my lack of understanding of how that plan worked that I didn't build in something into this budget. So for this current year, I think we're probably going to come with you for some requests for vehicles. But next year, I think I'll have a plan in place with the city manager's approval on that plan for how we go forward with vehicle replacement.
That's wonderful. I would like to expand it to include other things aside from just vehicles, though. For example, the police cameras, that's $170,000 request. They're 12 years old. That's, there's a life expectancy to things like that. If we can anticipate it, hypothetically, those cameras are approved and we procure them. We know that between 10 and 15 years, we're going to need to upgrade the system again. So if we can have a plan in place for when that time hits, the funding's already available, that would be ideal.
Agreed.
Love it. Thank you.
Other comments, questions?
I love it. I want the no effective, that's where I'm going, because even though it is a decrease of 5, it still is an increase in property tax, because the property tax did increase. It's a 10%. I mean, every year it's 10%, not 8. So even with where we are, which is amazing. So what I want to do when we leave here is think through other ways that, maybe we could bring that down to even where there's not an increase to our citizens at all, but still where we get everything we need. That's where I'm at. Because I do think that we have a lot of work to do with neglected infrastructure, equipment, et cetera, that we need progress on. So, but I love it. The only thing I had a question on with the extra clerk that you want to add,
Yes.
is what their crossover, because sometimes you'll have both of them. So you'll have both people because you'll
Right.
have, so what's the crossover work going to be for?
So we have court 1 day per month, but our current court administrator is currently unable to keep up with the workload related to warrants.
Okay.
And so there's constant phone calling, and I'm looking at putting in a robocall service for the warrants, but there's constant phone calling. There's constantly taking calls over the phone to accept payment over the phone. We do have the option to pay on the website, but some people pay in person, some people pay over the phone. And so trying to keep up with that workload with the increasing number of warrants and tickets
Okay.
is just overwhelming for
Understand.
our current staff.
Understand. Thank you.
Mhm.
Amazing job.
Thank
you so
you.
much. I appreciate the transparency. I appreciate knowing where the money is in each of the funds and using the funds that we have for our needs. Thank you very much.
Is there any other questions or comments that need to be made? I'll ask y'all one.
Make a motion that we adjourn.
You make a motion. Well, how fine it is. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Everyone that wants to leave tonight, say aye. Okay, thank you. Let's see, 10:18.
But this is only because. You're welcome.
Yeah, they have KKV in the morning, so.
They did. Lori handled it, so. I was supposed to get, I was more engaged, but I was part of everybody else.
Yeah, I think there was some information that I need to give you about the tree board. I don't even know. I talked to her in the morning.
I think.
Good.
Yeah, it's just a generalized good idea.
So is the, fire marshal get some tax?
Licensed peace officer, no fire marshal.
Has to be certified police officer.
That's really weird.
Depends on what reserve. Depends on what his role is.
Well, maybe he's a fire marshal.
And then, well, investigator. he has to have-
Right. We just said he's an investigator.
But you don't, it's identified as that, but you cannot do investigation.
You know how hard it is to be a police officer? It's the most difficult thing to even think of.
Then I'm done at home.
See, I was thinking $300 coffee bar. We can have a coffee bar.
It's in the kitchen. Here, help yourself. Good night. I'm really tired.
Yes, ma'am.
You're wrong. I didn't say it. Watch it. Good job. So there's no $3 million. All that money came out of that bond. Of course, that's at 20%. One thing you're doing. Spend money on. But then we don't fix the road. Pick up down the road. $53,000 on engineering. And we just kick it down the road. And we've done that on a lot of projects. I look at it as, if we're gonna spend the money to do it. I was sitting there thinking. So don't put me on Facebook, but I'm not doing work. That's free advertisement for a council. I've been in politics from day one. Whole thing is not. I was in council. Well, I would approve the one off. We don't, I mean, don't think we got space. And it's like our chief says, you know, we're on all gas station. Gas station 7, the gas station. Get a whole alarm over those apartments. I mean, yeah, if something ever happens, 13, you get the call, they would automatically. Someone's gonna be either at the Hall or Kroger. It's the same way we did with Little Rock. We have a regular exit street, that trip point in Little Rock. And somebody has a wreck on the highway, they come down, see, that's right.